The Silent Visitor, Decoding Persistent Thoughts Through Buddhist Wisdom. Imagine for a moment a presence that continually occupies the landscape of your inner world. It might be the face of someone you know intimately, or perhaps someone from a distant past, appearing unbidden in your quiet moments. Their voice might echo softly in the silence, a phantom resonance, or their memory might follow you like an unshakable shadow, subtly influencing your mood and thoughts. What if I told you that this individual who consistently haunts your thoughts, whose image vividly materializes in your dreams, isn't there by accident? This isn't just a random psychological quirk, a mere byproduct of your past experiences, or an unfortunate emotional residue. What if this relentless mental visitor, this presence that stubbornly refuses to leave your inner landscape, this internal guest who persists despite your conscious efforts to dismiss them, sometimes feeling like a persistent splinter in your mind, a tiny yet sharp point of focus that constantly demands your attention, was actually carrying a profound message, a vital teaching meant specifically and solely for you. This is the starting point of a truly transformative inquiry. You are about to embark on a journey of discovery, delving into something profoundly ancient yet intensely relevant. A wisdom that has been meticulously contemplated by monks, meditators, and spiritual seekers in silent meditation halls and amidst the serene solitude of ancient forests for over 2,500 years. This isn't merely surface-level advice about how to just stop thinking about someone through sheer willpower or simplistic cognitive tricks to banish unwanted thoughts. Such superficial approaches often prove futile and lead to deeper frustration. Instead, what we are about to explore are the intricate wisdom codes of the human heart, timeless principles passed down through generations from the Buddha himself, a spiritual pioneer and master of the mind. He possessed an unparalleled understanding that our most persistent thoughts, those recurring, often intrusive mental phenomena that seem to plague us, are not our adversaries, not enemies to be vanquished, ignored, or suppressed, but rather our greatest teachers. They are signals, guides, and often profound invitations to deeper self-understanding and ultimately to liberation. This guide isn't here to offer empty comfort, nor does it promise quick-fix techniques or ephemeral emotional band-aids that might offer momentary relief, but vanish by morning, leaving you precisely where you started. Its purpose is far more profound, enduring, and empowering to help you truly understand the underlying meaning, the deeper significance, and the often unseen purpose behind why certain individuals seem to take up permanent, unyielding residence in your mind, stubbornly refusing to leave, despite your most strenuous efforts to dislodge them. It invites you to cease the exhausting, often futile internal battle against these insistent thoughts. The beauty and accessibility of this ancient wisdom lie in its universality. You don't need to be a revered monk secluded in a monastery, a canonized saint with extraordinary spiritual powers, or even consider yourself particularly spiritual or religiously devout to harness and apply these insights. You simply need to be human, a human being who is genuinely ready to stop fighting against these persistent thoughts and instead begin the courageous and compassionate journey of understanding what they are earnestly trying to teach you. So take a deep, centering breath. Allow your awareness to settle, open your mind, and prepare to receive. What you are about to learn has the potential to fundamentally transform not only how you relate to that specific person who consistently occupies your thoughts, but also, and perhaps more importantly, how you profoundly understand the intricate workings of your own mind and heart, leading to a more liberated, peaceful, and self-aware existence. Let us begin this transformative exploration, the initial shift from forgetting to profound understanding. In the complex labyrinth of human experience, there inevitably comes a pivotal moment when the sheer exhaustion of perpetual internal conflict forces a reckoning. You realize that the immense energy required to forcefully push someone out of your mind, a constant tug of war against your own consciousness, is exponentially greater and ultimately far less effective than the energy it would take to simply understand why they are there in the first place. This realization marks a crucial turning point, a profound paradigm shift in approach. We embark on this journey not with futile techniques designed for forgetting, suppressing, or avoiding unpleasant mental content, which often only amplify the very thoughts we wish to banish. Instead, we begin with profound wisdom aimed at seeing clearly, at discerning the deeper truths embedded within our mental landscape, at illuminating the hidden messages within the mind's activity. After all, what truly exhausts us most, what drains our vital energy, perpetuates our suffering, and leaves us feeling perpetually restless, is not merely the sheer presence of these persistent thoughts themselves. It is rather our constant, often desperate struggle against them, the relentless way we resist, fight, and push against what is already undeniably happening within the very confines of our own minds. This internal friction, this war against reality, this refusal to acknowledge what is the true source of our mental anguish and our prolonged discomfort. It is precisely at this juncture that Buddhist wisdom extends its open hands to us, offering insights that might initially feel strange, even counterintuitive to our modern conditioning, which often encourages quick fixes, immediate gratification, and avoidance of any form of discomfort. Yet these ancient teachings contain something immensely precious and deeply liberating, the profound understanding that these persistent thoughts are not merely a problem to be solved, an error in our mental programming, or a sign of personal weakness or pathology. Instead, they are a message to be meticulously decoded, a call to attention from a deeper, often wiser part of ourselves. The individual who consistently occupies your mind is not just a random intrusion, an unfortunate accident of consciousness, or a punitive force. They are present in your thoughts because something fundamental within you, a deep-seated need, an unhealed wound, an unlearned lesson, an undeveloped potential, or a truth waiting to be acknowledged, needs to learn, needs to heal, or is poised to awaken. Their presence is a mirror, a teacher, a catalyst. In Buddhist philosophy, this relentless thinking about someone isn't casually dismissed as mere obsession or pathological attachment, though those elements may certainly be present to varying degrees as aspects of the conditioned mind. Instead, it is viewed as a significant signal from your deeper mind, a profound communication gently but firmly pointing toward unfinished business residing within your own heart and psyche. When someone takes up persistent residence in your thoughts with their image, a memory, or a narrative replaying in your inner theater, it's as if your mind, in its profound innate wisdom and its natural drive towards wholeness, is saying, pay attention. There's something crucial here that you need to see, to process, to integrate, to understand, before you can truly move forward with peace and clarity. This isn't a flaw in your mental architecture or a defect in your consciousness. It's your mind's inherent natural wisdom actively attempting to heal itself to bring unresolved aspects of your inner world to the surface for conscious awareness and compassionate engagement. The first core insight Buddhism offers in this context is that our minds possess an innate and almost automatic tendency to fixate on unresolved experiences. Think of it like a tongue that instinctively returns again and again to a chipped tooth or a small cut in the mouth, seeking to probe and understand the irregularity, even though it causes minor discomfort. Similarly, your attention keeps gravitating back to this particular person because something within that specific experience, that dynamic or that relationship, remains incomplete, unintegrated, or unaddressed within your internal framework. This isn't a defect in your mental architecture. It's your mind's deeply intelligent mechanism attempting to process, to understand, to integrate the fragmented pieces of experience, and ultimately to find resolution for what remains open-ended. Therefore, your persistent thoughts are not the problem themselves or the source of your suffering. They are, in fact, your mind's earnest and unwavering attempt at a solution, a constant striving towards internal harmony and closure. This profound understanding alone can bring an immediate and significant sense of relief. The mere fact that you cannot stop thinking about someone doesn't signify weakness, a pathological obsession, or a personal failing. It simply means that your mind is doing precisely what healthy minds are designed to do diligently, trying to process, integrate, and bring about resolution for complex inner material. The pivotal question then radically shifts from a desperate and frustrating "how do I stop these thoughts?" to a curious and empowered "what are these thoughts genuinely trying to show me? What am I being invited to learn or release through their presence?" This reorientation of perspective from resistance to inquiry, from problem to messenger, is the critical first step on the path to inner liberation and transforming suffering into wisdom. It sets the stage for a new way of relating to your internal world. Buddhist wisdom teaches that there are 7 distinct and profound reasons why someone might stubbornly refuse to leave your thoughts. Each of these reasons represents a different facet of your complex and evolving relationship with yourself, with external reality, and with the very nature of mind itself. Understanding which of these specific reasons, or combination of reasons, applies to your unique situation doesn't magically cause the thoughts to instantly vanish into thin air. That's a common misconception, and expecting it can lead to further frustration. However, it radically transforms your relationship with them. Instead of perceiving them as unwanted, annoying intruders that disrupt your peace and consume your energy, they are transmuted into invaluable messengers carrying crucial insights, lessons, and opportunities for growth. And as a profound and often surprising consequence, once you have truly received, understood, and integrated their message, once the learning has been complete, or the underlying emotional knot untied, the messenger frequently and quite naturally departs, or their presence in your mind loses its compulsive, painful grip, becoming simply a neutral memory. Reason 1: attachment disguised as love, the subtle chains of clinging. The first and arguably most common reason someone won't leave your mind holding your inner landscape captive and subtly influencing your state of being is attachment disguised as love. This psychological and emotional pattern is perhaps the most widespread and profoundly misunderstood dynamic in our contemporary culture, often deeply ingrained by pervasive societal narratives, romantic myths, and personal conditioning from a young age. From fairy tales to pop songs, we are frequently taught, both implicitly and explicitly, to confuse intense emotional fixation, a desperate clinging to another, or a constant, almost obsessive preoccupation with someone as irrefutable proof of deep affection, unwavering loyalty, or the very essence of authentic love. We mistakenly believe that the sheer volume or intensity of our thoughts about a person directly correlates with the depth and sincerity of our feelings for them, operating under a flawed internal metric for what constitutes genuine love. This creates a fertile ground for suffering, as genuine love is often spacious, while attachment is restrictive. However, Buddhist wisdom, with its sharp clarity and profound insight into the intricate workings of the human condition, draws a crucial and profoundly liberating distinction between these two seemingly similar yet fundamentally different states. This distinction is not merely semantic. It is vital for understanding the roots of our mental suffering and ultimately transforming it. At its core, Buddhist philosophy emphasizes that true love metta, which is universal loving kindness or boundless friendliness, and karuna compassion or active empathy, inherently brings spaciousness, freedom, and an expansive desire for the other's well-being and happiness, independent of our connection to them. It's a love that wants the other to be free from suffering. In stark contrast, attachment, upadana rooted in craving tanha, by its very nature, creates constriction, limitation, and a sense of binding, not only for the one who clings, but also for the object of their clinging, who feels the pressure of expectation. When attachment subtly and insidiously masquerades as love, your thoughts about the person are not characterized by a free-flowing sense of appreciation, gentle warmth, or benevolent well-wishing for their inherent happiness, independent of their role in your life. Instead, they are defined by a clingy, grasping, and often desperate quality. You don't simply remember them with tender warmth, peaceful fondness, or a serene acceptance of their journey. Rather, you find yourself compulsively grasping at their image in your mind, endlessly rehearsing past interactions with meticulous and often painful detail, meticulously analyzing every word they spoke or didn't speak, every gesture they made or didn't make, or relentlessly imagining future scenarios that may or may not materialize, seeking a specific outcome or validation. This mental replay loop is fueled by a deeper, often unconscious drive that seeks to secure, control, possess, or fundamentally change something that is inherently uncontrollable or already past. Crucially, your thoughts consistently carry an underlying current of need, a deep-seated, sometimes insatiable, and often unacknowledged need. This could manifest as a need for their approval, for their ongoing presence in your life, for their reciprocation of your feelings in a specific way, for validation of your worth through their attention, or for a particular outcome from them that you mistakenly believe is absolutely essential for your own well-being or happiness. This pervasive sense of need creates a self-perpetuating mental loop that keeps them firmly anchored, almost imprisoned within the confines of your awareness, preventing your mind from moving freely, adapting gracefully to change, or finding genuine peace independent of their presence or actions. It subtly transforms the other person from a complex individual to be loved freely into an object of your craving, a means to an end rather than an end in themselves. This objectification, even if unconscious, is a source of suffering. The Buddha, with profound insight into the mechanics of suffering, described attachment upadana, which is deeply rooted in craving tanha, as the primary cause of suffering dukkha. He keenly observed that when we cling to people, to experiences, to possessions, to ideas, or even to a particular self-image, as if they were permanent, unchanging entities who possess the power to complete us, define us, or fulfill our deepest desires, we inevitably set ourselves up for profound and unavoidable pain. This pain arises directly because the undeniable truth of existence, as illuminated by the fundamental Buddhist principle of impermanence. Anicca is that all composite things, everything that comes into being through causes and conditions, including all relationships, all experiences, and even our own physical and mental states, are constantly changing, evolving, arising, and passing away. Nothing external can ever truly belong to us in a fixed, permanent sense. All is in flux, a continuous flow. When we forget or actively deny these fundamental truths of impermanence and non-self, anatta, our minds become akin to hands squeezing far too tightly around water. The tighter we desperately grip, believing we can hold on to what is inherently fluid, transient, and uncontrollable, the more the water, or the very essence of freedom, peace, and natural connection slips through our fingers. The suffering we experience in such clinging is not primarily caused by the loss itself, which is often painful but an inherent part of life, but by the resistance to and clinging to what is being lost or what simply cannot be held. It is the resistance to impermanence that binds us to a painful cycle of longing and dissatisfaction. You can reliably recognize attachment disguised as love by the very quality of suffering it consistently produces within your own inner experience. This is the most crucial litmus test. If your thoughts of this person primarily bring a pervasive sense of lack, a feeling that something is missing, incomplete, broken, or fundamentally lacking within your own being without them, then you are experiencing the painful grip of attachment rather than the expansive, unconditioned joy of true love. If you consistently feel anxious, consumed by debilitating jealousy, plagued by possessiveness, driven by an underlying fear of abandonment, or desperate for their attention and validation when their image comes to mind that is the unmistakable voice of attachment, speaking, revealing its uncomfortable truth. This emotional constriction, this sense of your happiness being conditional, is a clear sign that your well-being has become conditionally dependent on their presence, their actions, or a specific outcome. True love metta, in stark contrast, even when tinged with sadness from separation, distance, or loss, always carries an underlying current of peace and benevolent well-wishing. It is characterized by the genuine and unconditional recognition that you wish for their profound well-being, their authentic happiness, and their ultimate liberation from suffering, regardless of what they can give or do for you, or whether they are even physically present in your life. It is a love that inherently seeks the freedom and happiness of the other without seeking to possess them, control them, or fulfill your own needs through them. This love is unconditioned, flowing outwards, simply because it is the nature of the loving heart, rather than being contingent upon reciprocity or specific behavior from the other. It is a state of generosity and openness that doesn't demand a return. Releasing the grip of attachment, therefore, is not about loving less or becoming emotionally indifferent or cold. On the contrary, it is about learning to love more deeply, more freely, and more wisely, a love that liberates both the giver and the receiver from the burdens of expectation and clinging. This profound wisdom calls for a courageous and honest introspection into the nature of your own fears, fears of loneliness, fears of abandonment, fears of inadequacy, fears of not being enough, and your underlying needs for security, validation, or wholeness that you have perhaps unconsciously sought to fulfill externally. It is a meticulous process that allows you to gradually untangle the subtle yet powerful threads of dependency that bind your mind and heart to another, distinguishing true affection from a compulsive need for completion. By discerning the subtle yet profound difference between the spaciousness, generosity, and freedom of true love and the constriction, grasping, and inherent suffering of attachment, you begin the transformative process of liberation. This liberation is not just for the other person in your thoughts who is also bound by your attachment, but most crucially for your own mind's peace, clarity, and genuine freedom. This freedom allows the thoughts to arise without the compulsive clinging, permitting them to eventually pass like clouds across the vast sky of your awareness, leaving the intrinsic spaciousness of your consciousness undisturbed. It's a journey from seeking fulfillment from others to finding peace within yourself, transforming your relationship with thoughts from a burden into a pathway for deeper understanding and inner peace. Reason 2, unprocessed emotion, the lingering echoes of unfelt feelings. The second compelling and frequently overlooked reason, someone may persistently occupy your mind, often manifesting as a subtle yet insistent presence that draws your attention repeatedly, is unprocessed emotion. Our intricate human emotional systems, far from being static or purely reactive, possess an inherent and undeniable requirement for completion. Just like a story needs its conclusion to be fully understood, or a biological cycle needs to run its full course to achieve equilibrium, feelings are not designed to be permanent fixtures, nor are they meant to be suppressed indefinitely beneath the surface of conscious awareness. They possess an inherent dynamism. They need to be fully and consciously experienced, acknowledged without judgment, allowed to run their natural dynamic course, to arise, gather intensity, peak, and then naturally subside before they can organically dissolve, be integrated into our broader emotional landscape, and relinquish their hold on our mental energy. When emotions surrounding a particular person or a significant past relationship remain incomplete, unexpressed, or unacknowledged, they do not simply vanish. Instead, they linger, seeking resolution. This incompleteness can take many forms. It might be the bitter taste of unexpressed anger that was swallowed whole due to fear of conflict or perceived social impropriety. The sharp pang of unacknowledged hurt or betrayal that was pushed aside because it's better to move on or don't dwell on the past. The gnawing burden of deep regret for words spoken or unspoken, for actions taken or not taken that was never truly faced or processed, or even the fleeting moments of intense joy, gratitude, or love that you didn't allow yourself to fully embrace and embody in the moment, perhaps due to fear of vulnerability, impending loss, or simply being too distracted. In all these scenarios, Your mind, in its tireless and often unconscious effort to achieve wholeness, balance, and equilibrium, consistently brings that person back into your awareness. It does so with the underlying, often unspoken hope that by representing their image or memory, you will finally complete the emotional process that was interrupted, stifled, denied, or rushed. This phenomenon of persistent thoughts, driven by unprocessed emotion, is particularly prevalent and powerful in specific contexts. It's common with relationships that concluded abruptly, leaving a multitude of unspoken words, unanswered questions, or unresolved conflicts hanging in the air like a heavy, unseen fog. Imagine, for instance, a sudden breakup where you never had the chance to express your pain, your confusion, your sadness, or your lingering questions. The dialogue was cut short, the door slammed shut, and the emotional narrative was left hanging in perpetual suspense. Or consider situations where social constraints, like having to maintain professional composure in a workplace or keeping a facade in a public setting, personal inhibitions rooted deeply in past experiences, e.g., having been shamed for showing anger or vulnerability as a child, or even a simple lack of emotional literacy at the time, prevented you from authentically expressing what you truly felt. Perhaps you were taught that showing anger was wrong, or expressing sadness was a sign of weakness, leading you to habitually suppress genuine emotional reactions, pushing them deep into the subconscious. In such states, your mind, unable to properly file away, integrate, or release these emotional experiences, can be likened to a computer operating with far too many open tabs in the background. Each of these emotional programs is still consuming vital mental energy, silently running and demanding resources because they haven't been properly closed, acknowledged, or resolved. They continue to generate a low, persistent hum of mental activity, pulling your attention back to the person associated with them, perpetually seeking that elusive sense of emotional completion and resolution. This constant background activity drains your mental battery, leaving you feeling vaguely restless, agitated, inexplicably fatigued, or plagued by recurring dreams, often without a clear understanding of why. This is the mind's way of alerting you to unaddressed internal tasks. Buddhist practice, in its profound and compassionate wisdom, offers a radically different path than common coping mechanisms. It does not advocate for the suppression of these emotions or the pretense that they simply do not exist. Such an approach, while sometimes employed in modern coping strategies and offering a temporary reprieve from immediate discomfort, ultimately leads to a deeper embedding of these unfelt feelings in the subconscious mind, where they continue to exert their influence in more subtle, often problematic ways, manifesting as chronic anxiety, unexplained depression, generalized irritability, sudden emotional outbursts, or a general sense of pervasive unease. Instead, Buddhism offers a truly radical and transformative approach, turning directly toward these emotions with courageous and mindful awareness. When thoughts of the person arise, rather than becoming entangled in the elaborate, often circular, and self-defeating storyline about them, the endless "what happened, who said what, if only I had done this," or "if only they had done that" narratives that keep the emotional wound open and festering, consciously shift your focus. Turn your attention inward and notice the underlying raw emotion that consistently accompanies these thoughts. Is there a surge of anger, a wave of profound sadness, a sharp pang of regret, a deep ache of longing, a flicker of unexpressed resentment, a persistent feeling of betrayal, or even a bittersweet sense of unfulfilled joy. Identify the core feeling as purely as possible without embellishment, judgment, or further narrative. This pure identification of the feeling itself is a powerful act of mindfulness. The crucial next step is to courageously allow that emotion to be fully felt in your body without adding layers of mental commentary, harsh self-criticism, or judgmental labels. I.e., I shouldn't feel this way. This is silly. I'm weak for feeling this. This is not about indulging in the emotion to the point of being overwhelmed or uncontrolled, nor is it about dramatizing your feelings for external attention or sympathy or getting lost in a victim narrative. It is about creating a spaciousness within your being, a container of compassionate acceptance for its raw, unfiltered presence. Imagine the emotion as a temporary visitor. You don't invite it to stay forever, nor do you try to evict it forcibly with resistance. Instead, you acknowledge its presence, offer it a seat within your awareness, and simply observe it with a kind, open curiosity, allowing it to simply be. There is profound wisdom in this approach. Emotions, when met with full non-judgmental awareness and embodied presence, naturally complete their inherent cycle. They arise, they intensify, they peak, and then they naturally subside, much like a wave, forming cresting and then dissolving back into the vastness of the ocean, leaving stillness in its wake. It is our deeply ingrained resistance to feeling them, our underlying fear of being overwhelmed by their intensity, or our harsh judgment about having such emotions that keeps them frozen stagnant and perpetually active within our inner landscape. They become like energy, trapped in a closed loop, constantly seeking release, manifesting as persistent thoughts until they are met with acceptance. By bringing gentle, open awareness to these unprocessed emotions, you are not merely acknowledging them intellectually, you are actively giving them the essential space they need to finally move, flow, and transform. This process allows the trapped emotional energy to be released rather than remaining bottled up, festering, and causing internal friction. A revered Zen teacher once famously stated, "The only way out is through." This profound insight applies powerfully when it comes to the persistent thoughts about someone that stem from unresolved emotions. Often the only authentic path to freedom, inner peace, and true release from their relentless mental grip is through courageously and fully experiencing whatever emotions you have been consciously or unconsciously avoiding. This doesn't mean allowing yourself to become lost in endless emotional stories, melodramatically indulging your feelings for external attention or seeking external validation for your pain. It means simply bravely and kindly allowing the raw sensations of the emotion to be felt directly in your body in the unfiltered present moment, accompanied by your gentle, non-judgmental awareness. This practice gradually unties the knots of emotional residue that have been binding you, freeing your mind from the person who has become a symbol or trigger for these unfelt feelings. It's a process of deep internal cleansing and emotional detox that allows the mental landscape to become clearer, lighter, and less burdened by the weight of the past. The lingering echoes of unfinished emotional business begin to fade, replaced by a quiet sense of resolution, integration, and inner spaciousness. This allows the mind to release its tenacious hold on the person not through force, but through compassionate understanding of its own healing process, recognizing that the completion of the emotional cycle is the true liberation. Reason 3, karmic entanglement, the unfinished symphony of shared destinies. The third profound reason someone might persistently occupy your thoughts, often manifesting as an inexplicable pull, a deep resonance, or an unshakable feeling of profound significance, is what Buddhist philosophy refers to as karmic entanglement, karma bandhana. This is a concept that frequently suffers from oversimplification or misunderstanding in popular culture, often being reduced to a rigid, predetermined fate or a simplistic system of cosmic punishment and reward. However, in Buddhist understanding, karma is far more nuanced and dynamic. It is the intricate and natural law of cause and effect operating within our intentions, our actions, whether physical, verbal, or mental, and most powerfully, within the very fabric of our relationships. It is the principle that every volitional action born from intention creates an imprint or a potential energy that will ripen into future experiences, shaping our connections with others in complex and often unseen ways. These karmic imprints are not just about individual actions in isolation, but also about the patterns of interaction, the lessons offered, the lessons learned or unlearned, and the unique contributions to growth within the intricate dance of relationships across time. Certain connections therefore carry a remarkably strong karmic charge, a palpable sense of unfinished business that often feels as if it extends beyond the obvious interactions of a single lifetime, hinting at deeper connections or profound lessons spanning across perceived linear time, and even in some interpretations, successive existences. You might intuitively recognize this deep resonance in relationships that impacted you with an intensity that seemed utterly disproportionate to their actual duration or the apparent surface level interactions, leaving an indelible mark on your soul that defies simple explanation. Perhaps a seemingly brief encounter left a profound ripple that continues to expand, or a short-lived relationship triggered a transformative shift in your entire perspective, the reverberations continuing for years. Or consider connections that felt profoundly significant from the very first meeting, an immediate sense of recognition, almost as if you knew their essence from another time or place, a resonance echoing from a shared deeper past. There's an undeniable recognition that transcends the superficial layers of personality and circumstance, a deep-seated, almost magnetic sense that this particular individual is acting as a powerful catalyst for something essential in your growth or spiritual awakening. They might push emotional buttons you didn't know you had, reveal ingrained patterns you couldn't previously see, or force you to courageously confront aspects of yourself you've long avoided, making their persistent presence in your mind feel like a constant, necessary, albeit sometimes uncomfortable reminder. When someone stubbornly refuses to leave your thoughts due to this karmic entanglement, there is often a lesson, an insight, or a profound understanding that is earnestly trying to emerge from the depths of your being. Your mind, in its tireless pursuit of integration, wisdom, and wholeness, consistently brings them back into your awareness, because something crucial remains incomplete in the intricate learning process that this particular relationship was inherently meant to facilitate. The mind, being an inherently wise instrument driven by an impulse towards resolution, will continue to revisit the scene of the learning, until the lesson is truly absorbed, integrated, and fully understood at a visceral level. It is not necessarily about the person themselves as an isolated entity existing independently in your mind for mere obsession. Rather, it is about what they profoundly represented in your unique journey, a catalyst for change, a painful but necessary mirror reflecting your own vulnerabilities, a significant challenge to your worldview, a hidden pathway to self-discovery, or perhaps an embodiment of specific qualities you needed to confront or cultivate within yourself. Buddhist wisdom suggests that in such profound cases, the authentic path forward lies not in attempting to forcefully forget the person, which is often an impossible and exhausting endeavor that only amplifies their presence. Instead, it lies in diligently discerning the specific lesson they were sent to impart, the particular karmic knot they are helping you untangle. To unravel this entanglement and release its mental grip, sincere and courageous introspection is crucial. This process is not about assigning blame either to yourself or to the other person, but about understanding the intricate dance of cause and effect and your inherent role within it. Ask yourself with profound sincerity and openness, peeling back layers of narrative and emotion. What fundamental quality were you developing or refining through the experience of knowing them? Did they challenge your patience beyond anything you thought possible, thereby cultivating your capacity for forbearance, resilience, and equanimity? Did they expose a deep vulnerability within you, teaching you critical lessons about trust, self-protection, and discerning who is truly worthy of your open heart? Did they betray your trust in a profound way, forcing you to learn about forgiveness of self and other self-reliance and the importance of healthy boundaries? Did they ignite a latent strength within you that you didn't know you possessed, perhaps inspiring you to pursue a path or express a part of yourself you never considered possible? What deeply ingrained pattern in your own behavior, your emotional responses, or your perception of relationships were they perhaps unwittingly helping you to recognize and confront? Was it a pattern of codependency where you consistently prioritized others' needs over your own well-being and authenticity? Was it a tendency towards excessive self-sacrifice, chronic judgment of others, or an unaddressed fear of abandonment that dictated your actions and choices? What significant facet of personal growth were they perhaps indirectly facilitating within you? Was it learning to speak your truth with unwavering authenticity, to set healthier boundaries with resolute clarity, to practice radical self-acceptance despite perceived flaws, or to embrace vulnerability as a source of genuine connection and strength? When you can clearly and precisely name the specific learning that emerged or is still in the process of emerging from this karmic connection, you will often find that the persistent thoughts of the person naturally begin to subside, losing their compelling force. They have in essence served their purpose as a teacher, their karmic role fulfilled, and their message delivered and integrated. This profound integration dissolves the karmic entanglement, freeing your mind to move forward with a new level of wisdom, compassion, and integrity, no longer bound by the invisible threads of unfinished business that once seemed to pull you back into the past. It's akin to completing a complex puzzle once the final piece is in place and the full picture is revealed. The individual pieces no longer demand constant attention as separate, unresolved fragments. The energy previously locked in their unresolved presence is liberated and becomes available for your own continued growth and flourishing. Consider the poignant story of a woman who was tormented by incessant thoughts of a former friend who had deeply betrayed her trust. For many years, intrusive thoughts of this friend would arise without warning, bringing with them waves of overwhelming hurt, bitter resentment, and searing anger. She desperately tried everything imaginable to forget engaging in relentless distractions, meticulously practicing various forgiveness techniques, and even physically relocating to a new city hundreds of miles away, hoping a change of scenery would miraculously erase the memory. Yet nothing truly worked. The thoughts persisted like a nagging, unhealed wound, a constant, painful reminder of the past. Finally, during a profound meditation retreat, a startling realization dawned upon her, a breakthrough insight that pierced through years of suffering, the most critical lesson this relationship had been desperately trying to teach her was that she had subtly abandoned herself long before her friend had abandoned her. She had consistently ignored her own intuition, dismissed her own legitimate needs and desires, and repeatedly compromised her personal boundaries to maintain the friendship, prioritizing external approval and perceived harmony over her own well-being and integrity. She had, in essence, betrayed herself first. The very moment she fully grasped this liberating understanding, accepting her own role in the dynamic and offering herself radical self-forgiveness and compassion for her past actions and blindness, the tormenting thoughts of her friend began almost miraculously to fade. The karmic teacher had successfully completed its vital task, and the inner lesson had been truly integrated. This act of integration is not about excusing the other person's actions or condoning their betrayal. It is about liberating yourself from the suffering that comes from resisting the profound lesson inherent in the experience. It is a profound act of self-empowerment, taking responsibility for your own growth and releasing the heavy burden of what was allowing you to move forward with wisdom rather than resentment. This signifies a profound shift from being a victim of circumstances to becoming a conscious participant in your own evolution. Reason 4: projection of the shadow, the unseen mirrors of the self. The fourth profound reason someone might persistently occupy your thoughts, often with an intensity that seems disproportionate to their actual presence or relevance in your current life, is what Buddhist psychology echoing themes found in other wisdom traditions, like Jungian analytical psychology, refers to as projection of the shadow. This concept is absolutely pivotal for deep self-understanding and emotional liberation. The shadow in this context does not necessarily refer to inherently evil or dark qualities, but rather to those aspects of ourselves, whether they are perceived as negative, inconvenient, or even powerfully positive, that we have consciously or unconsciously disowned, repressed, or relegated to the unconscious realm of our psyche. These are the facets of our being that we deny or hide, even from ourselves. They might be qualities we were taught were unacceptable by our families, our peers, or broader society, traits we were shamed for exhibiting in childhood, e.g., anger, vulnerability, creativity, assertiveness, or powerful aspects that we judge harshly in ourselves and thus strive diligently to suppress, fearing that their emergence would lead to rejection or pain, rather than courageously facing, acknowledging, integrating, and ultimately accepting these repressed aspects directly into our conscious self, we frequently and often unconsciously project them onto others. This is a powerful automatic defense mechanism. These individuals then almost magnetically become powerful recipients of our intense attention, whether that attention manifests as fervent admiration and idealization, projecting our own unlived potential or positive qualities, or profound visceral aversion and harsh judgment, projecting our disowned negative qualities. The person who stubbornly refuses to leave your thoughts, therefore, may very well be carrying a powerful projection of your own disowned qualities, serving as a living, breathing, albeit unconscious mirror, reflecting back what you refuse to see within yourself. Consider this intricate dynamic and how it plays out in everyday life. If their seemingly effortless confidence, their unshakable assertiveness, or their bold self-expression infuriates or intimidates you, causing a disproportionate internal reaction that goes beyond mere annoyance, you might unconsciously be projecting your own unexpressed confidence, your latent capacity for self-assurance, leadership, or assertiveness that you have suppressed out of fear, deep-seated self-doubt, or past conditioning. Perhaps you were explicitly told not to be too much, don't rock the boat, or to stay humble and blend in, leading you to diminish your own light and power. Conversely, if their perceived neediness, their apparent vulnerability, their seeming lack of ambition, their perceived passivity, or their tendency towards emotional expression repels you with unusual intensity, causing a strong emotional charge that feels like a visceral rejection, you might be projecting your own disowned vulnerability, the parts of yourself that yearn for connection, for support, for rest, or for emotional expression, but which you've locked away, fearing weakness, dependency, or burdening others. Our strongest emotional reactions, whether an intense, almost obsessive attraction, or a profound, seemingly irrational aversion, often serve as potent and undeniable indicators of our deepest unintegrated projections. These reactions are not just random emotions, they act as precise signposts guiding us towards the hidden, unaddressed aspects of our own being. This intricate psychological mechanism eloquently explains why we sometimes find ourselves utterly unable to stop thinking about people we adamantly claim to dislike, to resent, or even to despise. The very qualities that trigger the most visceral and uncomfortable reactions in them, the things that get under your skin the most, are in essence reflecting aspects of ourselves that we haven't yet fully accepted, integrated, or reconciled within our own being. Our minds persistently bring them into our awareness, not with the malicious intention to torment us, but with a profound underlying purpose to gently yet persistently show us parts of ourselves that are earnestly asking for acknowledgement, integration, and ultimately healing. These recurring thoughts are not random acts of mental torture. They are precisely targeted signals from our psyche guiding us towards greater self-awareness, inner completeness, and psychological wholeness. They are a call to self-reflection and integration. Buddhist practice, with its profound emphasis on radical self-awareness, sati, non-judgmental observation, and the cultivation of wisdom. Panya suggests a powerful and transformative inquiry to work with these projections. It invites you to look carefully and honestly at what specific qualities in this person consistently trigger the strongest, most visceral reactions in you. Is it their perceived arrogance, their compassion their discipline, their perceived laziness, their joy, their perceived suffering, their freedom, or their perceived constraint? What about them most profoundly captivates or repels your attention, holding it hostage in your mind's eye? Then, with unwavering honesty and profound self-compassion, embark on an inner exploration. This is not about blame or shame, but about curiosity and healing. Ask yourself, where might this very quality also exist within me? Perhaps in a different form, a suppressed desire, an unlived potential, a hidden fear, a talent undeveloped, a suppressed anger, or a wound unhealed. This investigation is not about assigning blame either to yourself or to the other person, nor is it about shaming yourself for having these projections. It is about cultivating profound wholeness and completeness within your own being. By courageously reclaiming these disowned projections, by consciously bringing them from the shadow into the light of conscious awareness, you achieve a dual liberation. You not only free yourself from the debilitating grip of obsessive thinking about the other person as their job as a mirror is completed and the need for the projection diminishes, but you also become significantly more integrated, more authentic, and more complete within yourself. The fragmented parts of yourself that you have been encountering, albeit indirectly through the mirror of the other person, can finally be welcomed home into your conscious awareness, enriching your sense of self and expanding your capacity for genuine compassion, both for yourself and for all beings, as you realize their humanity and interconnectedness. A wise monk once shared a poignant story that perfectly illustrates this phenomenon of shadow projection and its resolution, demonstrating how internal shifts can dissolve external fixations. He spoke of a man who was utterly obsessed with incessant judgmental thoughts of a neighbor whom he vehemently considered lazy and irresponsible. The neighbor would frequently relax in his garden during the day, seemingly without a care in the world, often sitting idly or engaging in leisurely pursuits, while the man himself worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, driven by an insatiable, almost compulsive need for productivity and external accomplishment. He harbored a deep resentment for what he perceived as his neighbor's indolence, seeing it as a moral failing and a waste of potential. This constant internal critique of his neighbor consumed much of his mental energy. One day, unexpectedly, the man fell gravely ill and was forced by circumstance to rest confined to his bed for an extended period, unable to engage in his usual tireless work. As he lay there immobile and unable to work, watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky through his window and observing the natural world around him, a profound realization dawned upon him. It was a quiet revelation that shifted his entire perspective on himself and his neighbor. Deep within his own being resided a powerful, unacknowledged longing for rest, for moments of peace, for permission to simply be without constant demanding productivity and external validation. He had denied himself this basic human need for years, equating self-worth with ceaseless activity. The very quality he had so fiercely condemned and judged in his neighbor, the ability to relax and enjoy leisure, was ironically the very quality his own soul was desperately craving, a repressed desire for ease and non-doing that he had denied himself for years, projecting his own denied needs onto another. From that day forward, his obsessive judgmental thoughts about the neighbor began almost miraculously to fade. The shadow projection had been revealed, the internal need acknowledged, and integrated, and the man's own journey towards self-acceptance and a healthier balance between work and rest began its healing trajectory. This powerful story reminds us that the people who trigger us most intensely, whether through irritation, fascination, or judgment, are often carrying reflections of our own unaddressed inner landscape, inviting us to turn inwards, understand our projections, and courageously reclaim the exiled pieces of ourselves, thereby liberating our minds from their compulsive hold. Here is part 6 of your expanded text. Part 6, Reason 5, Fixation on Outcome, the illusion of perfect resolution. The fifth compelling reason someone might consistently dominate your thoughts, holding your mental landscape captive and subtly draining your inner resources, is what we can term fixation on outcome. This phenomenon is deeply rooted in our innate human desire for control, predictability, and a fundamental longing for life's narratives to conclude in a specific, often idolized manner. We are intrinsically wired to seek resolution, to tie up loose ends, and to find a sense of completion. And when that resolution doesn't manifest externally in the precise way we envision, our minds can become tragically trapped in a relentless loop of rumination, replaying scenarios and anticipating futures that may never arrive. Often we find ourselves utterly unable to cease thinking about a particular person because we are deeply and rigidly attached to a specific resolution or a predefined desired outcome involving them. This attachment isn't just a fleeting wish, it's a tenacious mental and emotional grip that prevents our minds from moving forward freely, from adapting gracefully to the ever-changing reality of the present moment. This desired outcome could manifest in countless forms, each carrying its own unique flavor of suffering. When unmet, it might be a desperate longing for reconciliation and a rekindling of a past relationship fueled by the belief that only their return will bring back lost happiness or wholeness. It could be an intense craving for recognition, perhaps for our worth, our suffering, or our past efforts and sacrifices, feeling perpetually unseen or unappreciated by them. It might be a burning, often vengeful desire for them to suffer consequences, to acknowledge their wrongdoings, to express remorse, or to experience the pain they inflicted, seeking a form of cosmic justice. Or it could be a pursuit of some elusive form of closure that we mistakenly believe is a singular external event that will magically bring us ultimate peace, allowing us to finally move on and free ourselves from their relentless mental presence. In all these scenarios, our peace is contingent on an external, often uncontrollable event. This powerful and often unconscious attachment to a particular predetermined outcome creates a relentless mental holding pattern. Your thoughts, much like a broken record stuck in a groove or a computer program endlessly caught in a loop, compulsively return to this person again and again. This occurs because your mind, at a fundamental level, believes there is still something crucial to be gained, something definitively to be resolved, or something that needs to be unequivocally proven before you can achieve true inner peace. The mind clings to the narrative that if X happens, then I will be okay. You might find yourself endlessly replaying arguments with imaginary rebuttals, meticulously composing elaborate conversations where you finally say the perfect devastating or perfectly reconciling thing. You might fantasize about vindication where your worth is undeniably recognized and they regret their actions, or perpetually envision a future scenario where they finally understand your perspective, offer a heartfelt apology, genuinely recognize your inherent value, express deep regret for their choices, or ultimately return to your life, thus fixing everything that feels broken. In this pattern, the external circumstance becomes the immutable prerequisite for your internal state. Peace is perpetually postponed until a specific external condition is met, a key that remains tantalizingly out of reach, always shifting, or simply does not exist in the form we demand. Buddhist wisdom on this phenomenon is both disarmingly simple and profoundly radical. True peace arises not from achieving a particular predetermined outcome, but from courageously accepting what is in its raw, unfiltered present moment. This teaching directly strikes at the root of our conditional happiness, which is predicated on external events aligning with our desires. As long as you maintain the tenacious belief that your well-being, your happiness, or your inner serenity fundamentally depends on something specific transpiring with this person, whether it's them making amends, finally recognizing your value, deeply regretting their past choices, or ultimately returning to your life, your mind will remain stubbornly fixated on them. This creates a relentless cycle of expectation, craving, and often inevitable disappointment and prolonged suffering. The external event becomes the mythical key to your internal liberation, a key that is perpetually out of reach, always shifting, or simply does not exist. Your peace becomes conditional, a hostage to circumstances beyond your control. The practice here involves a profound, courageous shift from tenacious attachment to outcome to radical acceptance of reality as it is right now. This doesn't imply that you approve of what happened or that you wouldn't genuinely prefer a different situation or a happier ending to the story. Acceptance is not endorsement, nor is it passive resignation. It simply means you consciously stop postponing your peace until some external condition, often involving this other person, is perfectly met. It's about releasing the rigid expectation that your internal state must align with an external event or behavior. This is not about passive resignation to suffering, but active, engaged acceptance of the present moment as the only reality you truly have to work with. It is an acknowledgement that your peace is an internal creation, a state of being cultivated within, not an external acquisition or something dependent on another's actions. By releasing the desperate grip on a desired outcome, you reclaim your internal agency and allow peace to be present, even amidst challenging circumstances. This radical acceptance allows you to inhabit the present moment fully rather than endlessly chasing a future that may never materialize. There's a poignant Zen story that beautifully illustrates this principle of letting go of outcome, demonstrating how the burden of carrying unfulfilled expectations can be heavier than any physical weight. A revered monk and his younger, more rigid companion were traveling through a particularly muddy road after heavy rains. They came upon a beautiful young woman struggling to cross a particularly deep and wide puddle, hesitant and unable to proceed without ruining her delicate robes. The older monk, known for his wisdom and compassion, without a moment's hesitation or a thought for rigid rules, simply picked her up, carried her effortlessly across the muddy expanse, and gently set her down on the dry ground on the other side, briefly touching her, which was technically a breach of his monastic vow not to touch women. His younger companion monk, however, was immediately tormented by this perceived transgression. Rigid in his adherence to rules and consumed by judgment, he said nothing at the time, but hours later, as they continued their journey and the older monk seemed completely at peace, the younger one could no longer contain his internal agitation. He finally burst out, his voice filled with accusation and judgment. "How could you break your vow and carry that woman? We are forbidden to touch women." The first monk calmly replied, his voice serene and untroubled. "I put her down on the other side of the road hours ago, brother. Are you still carrying her?" In the same profound way, many of us continue to carry people in our minds long after the actual interaction, the conflict, or the relationship has definitively ended. We are weighed down not by the person themselves, but by our tenacious attachment to how we believe things should have been or how we desperately want them to be, rather than courageously accepting the liberating truth of how they are. This carrying is the suffering caused by our relentless clinging to a specific, often imagined outcome. Releasing this outcome fixation is a profound act of self-liberation, allowing the mind to detach from the compelling, often torturous narrative of what if, and firmly anchor itself in the liberating truth of what is. It allows us to recognize that peace is available now, in this very moment, independent of any external resolution. This process is not about condoning past actions or resigning oneself to an undesirable reality. It's about reclaiming your inner peace and agency, realizing that your happiness is not held hostage by an external event or another person's actions. It's about understanding that the relentless pursuit of a specific imagined outcome can be an endless, exhausting chase, whereas the radical acceptance of the present moment offers the immediate freedom and a pathway to genuine peace, even if that peace is initially tinged with sadness, regret, or unresolved feelings. This acceptance allows the mind to release its burden, letting the thoughts of the person transform from a painful weight into a neutral memory, if it even persists. Reason 6. Spiritual magnetism, the unseen catalysts for inner growth. The sixth profound reason someone might persistently occupy your thoughts, often manifesting as a sense of inexplicable pull, a deep resonance, or an unshakable feeling of profound significance, is what we can call spiritual magnetism. This phenomenon points to a deeper, more subtle level of connection between individuals, suggesting that our consciousness interacts with others in ways that transcend mere personality preferences, fleeting romantic allure, or superficial social conveniences. It delves into the energetic and karmic undercurrents of human connection, implying a purpose that goes beyond conventional understanding of relationships. This magnetic pull is not just about emotional ties, but about profound spiritual alignment and the mutual unfolding of destinies. From a profound Buddhist perspective, we are often drawn to certain individuals not merely by their charm, their intellect, their shared interests, or external circumstances, but by a much deeper, almost intuitive recognition. This recognition is not necessarily conscious or intellectual. It's often felt as a strong resonance, a sense of deep familiarity, a feeling of knowing them beyond ordinary introduction, or a powerful internal tug that pulls our awareness towards them. Some connections, whether they are brief encounters or enduring relationships, act as powerful mirrors, reflecting back to us fundamental aspects of our own consciousness, our dormant potential, our unacknowledged shadows, or our unresolved challenges that we urgently need to see with greater clarity and conscious awareness for our own spiritual progression. These are not just casual encounters, they are catalytic interactions designed for inner revelation and accelerated spiritual development, serving as signposts on our unique journey. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, uses these connections to show us precisely what we need to learn about ourselves, about the nature of existence, and about the path to liberation. When someone remains consistently in your thoughts due to this spiritual magnetism, there is frequently a profound quality. They embody a specific way of being in the world, a unique understanding they hold, or even a particular life experience they navigate with grace or challenge that signifies an important truth or a crucial next step for your unique spiritual path. Perhaps they live with an authentic transparency, a radical self-acceptance, an unwavering commitment to truth, or a boundless compassion that your own soul instinctively recognizes and yearns for, revealing a path you sense but have yet to courageously tread. Their very existence becomes a beacon illuminating possibilities within yourself that you hadn't fully perceived. Or they might embody a sense of radical freedom from societal constraints, an unwavering inner peace amidst turmoil, or a profound resilience in the face of adversity that your soul instinctively recognizes and feels drawn towards a quality you deeply wish to cultivate within yourself. This recognition is often felt as an inspiration, a challenge, or a profound sense of yearning. Even their suffering, paradoxically, might serve as a mirror, reflecting a deep-seated aspect of your own inner world, a wound, a fear, a pattern of avoidance, or an area where your compassion is called to expand that you need to acknowledge, compassionately embrace, and integrate for your own healing journey. These individuals, through their very being, provide a living example or a stark contrast that highlights what needs to be cultivated or released within you. These catalysts, whether consciously aware of their profound role or not, act as potent activators designed to awaken dormant aspects of your awareness, latent potentials, or suppressed emotional truths that are ripe for emergence and integration. They are not simply passive figures existing within your mental landscape. They are active agents of your inner development, serving a higher purpose in your evolution. Your mind, in its relentless pursuit of growth, self-realization, and wholeness, consistently brings them into focus because the profound mirror they provide is still actively serving a purpose in your ongoing awakening. They are providing an energetic pull, a spiritual resonance that your deeper self is responding to, seeking to absorb a lesson, integrate a quality, or release an old pattern that no longer serves your highest good. Rather than desperately trying to forget them or forcefully push their image away, which often proves futile, exhausting, and ultimately counterproductive, as what you resist persists, Buddhist wisdom suggests a deeper, more insightful inquiry. It invites you to bravely and honestly examine what specific quality of being or understanding this person consistently represents for you. What aspect of their existence, their journey, their presence, or even their perceived struggles speaks directly to a longing or a crucial lesson within your own heart? Is it their radical compassion, their unwavering discipline, their infectious joy, their perceived vulnerability, their steadfast integrity, their ability to navigate difficult circumstances with grace, or their capacity for profound forgiveness? When you pinpoint this quality, you begin to understand the true deeper nature of their spiritual magnetism in your life, that they are pointing you towards something within yourself. There's a beautiful and insightful Buddhist concept known as Dharma Friends Kalyanamitta. These are individuals who intentionally or unintentionally come into our lives specifically to facilitate our spiritual growth and development. The relationship may not always be harmonious or conventionally good. It may involve profound challenge, uncomfortable friction, or even significant pain, as these too are powerful teachers that highlight areas for growth. Sometimes they serve as Dharma friends through harmonious connection, unwavering support, and shared understanding, illuminating our path forward and providing comfort. But equally often, and sometimes even more powerfully, they facilitate our growth through profound challenge, uncomfortable confrontation, or by embodying traits that trigger our own unexamined issues, forcing us to look within, confront our limitations, and grow beyond our current understanding. The friction itself becomes a potent catalyst for transformation, revealing what needs to be healed, acknowledged, or released. The person persistently occupying your thoughts may be playing this vital role of a Dharma friend, whether they consciously realize their profound impact or not. By courageously recognizing and deeply honoring this profound function, by understanding that their presence in your mind is not random but purposeful, you can graciously receive the invaluable gift they are offering, the lesson, the insight, the catalyst for change, or the quality to be embodied. This allows you to extract the wisdom, the quality, or the lesson without clinging to the source or becoming pathologically fixated on the packaging in which it arrived, i.e., the person themselves or the specific form of the relationship. This process allows you to gain the spiritual insight and integrate the learning without becoming bound by the personal relationship, especially if that relationship was problematic, has ended, or is not meant to continue in its conventional form. It frees your mind from the entanglement while extracting the wisdom. A wise teacher once shared the compelling story of a student who found himself utterly unable to stop thinking about a woman he had only briefly met at a meditation retreat. He wasn't attracted to her romantically. There was no romantic longing or conventional personal attachment. Yet her mere presence had affected him profoundly, leaving an indelible imprint on his consciousness. She radiated a quiet self-assurance, an authentic gentleness, and a profound sense of inner peace that deeply resonated with something dormant within him, a longing for those very qualities. Through diligent and persistent meditation, combined with sincere self-inquiry and honest reflection, he eventually realized that she powerfully embodied a quality of gentle self-acceptance that he himself was desperately struggling to develop and integrate into his own life. He had spent years battling self-criticism, internal judgment, and self-doubt, and her presence was a living, breathing example of what was possible to achieve. His mind consistently brought her image back, not out of any clinging attachment, but as a gentle yet persistent reminder of this vital quality he was being called to cultivate within himself. Once he recognized and integrated this profound teaching understanding that her image served as a beacon for his own inner work, he was able to deeply appreciate the lesson without becoming pathologically fixated on the teacher. The spiritual magnetism had served its purpose, delivering a vital message for his own liberation and providing a tangible template for his own inner cultivation. The thoughts of her no longer haunted him, but became a source of quiet inspiration, gently fading into the background once the specific learning was complete and absorbed into the fabric of his being. Here is Part 8 of your expanded text. Part 8, Reason 7, Emptiness Teaching, the Ultimate Liberation from Fixed Identity. The seventh and most profound reason someone might refuse to leave your thoughts transcending individual psychological dynamics and pointing directly towards the ultimate nature of reality is what Buddhist philosophy calls emptiness teaching shunyata. This concept, often misinterpreted in popular discourse as nihilism, a void or a lack of existence, is in fact the opposite. It is not an absence of anything, but rather an absence of inherent, independent, and permanent existence. It points to the radical truth that nothing in existence, including yourself, the person you incessantly think about, and even the thoughts themselves, exist as a solid, separate, independent, and unchanging entity. What we conventionally perceive and grasp as distinct individuals, fixed objects, or stable experiences are in ultimate reality dynamic processes, ever-changing, fluid, and inextricably interdependent with everything else around them. They are not static things with inherent self-existing cores, but energetic events or happenings arising moment by moment from countless causes and conditions without any fixed, enduring essence. When someone becomes a persistent presence in your mind, stubbornly refusing to relinquish their hold despite all your diligent efforts to forget them, they may be serving as your intensely personal, direct teacher of emptiness. This doesn't imply they are consciously teaching you, or that their physical presence is required. Rather, the very experience of their persistent mental presence serves as a profound pointer. Through this deeply challenging, yet ultimately liberating relationship, a relationship with their mental image, the associated thoughts, and your reactions to them, your mind is being invited, perhaps even compelled, to directly recognize the fluid, impermanent, and interdependent nature of what you habitually considered to be you, your fixed self, and them their fixed identity. This profound teaching directly confronts our deeply ingrained dualistic perception of self and the fundamental mental habit of solidifying phenomena and drawing rigid absolute boundaries where none ultimately exist. It is arguably the most challenging teaching within Buddhism to grasp intellectually, as it directly contradicts our everyday experience of a solid, stable world where things and people appear to have independent, fixed existences. However, it is also the most profoundly liberating when experienced directly and deeply through contemplative practice, as it dissolves the very root cause of suffering. The suffering associated with persistent, intrusive thoughts largely stems from our fundamental belief in two solid, distinct entities, me existing solidly in here as an unchanging self, and them existing solidly out there as an unchanging other. Based on this dualistic illusion, we then create endless narratives and elaborate stories about what should or should not happen between these supposedly separate fixed beings. This rigid belief in inherent separate existence creates the very ground for clinging to how things should be, aversion to how things are, fear of losing what is perceived as solid and deep dissatisfaction. If I am a fixed self and they are a fixed other, and there is a problem between us, then that problem also feels solid, fixed, and terrifyingly real, perpetuating our suffering. Emptiness deconstructs this perceived solidity. Buddhist meditation practices actively invite us to look more closely, to inquire deeply into the nature of this perceived solidity, not as an intellectual exercise, but as a direct embodied experience. When you meticulously examine the thoughts themselves, the very substance of your obsession, you begin to discover that they are not solid, immutable things at all. Instead, they are momentary appearances in the vast open field of awareness, arising, changing, and passing away like ephemeral waves on the boundless ocean without leaving a permanent, substantial trace. They are not concrete objects you possess or have, but transient events that happen. Furthermore, the you whose thinking is occurring is not a fixed, unchanging entity either, but rather a flowing dynamic process comprised of fleeting sensations, perceptions, and ever-changing consciousness. Even the person you are incessantly thinking about is not the static fixed character your mind has rigidly constructed or the one frozen in your memory. They too are a complex, ever-evolving, and impermanent being far beyond the confines of your mental image. As this profound understanding of emptiness and impermanence, anicca deepens through direct lived experience. Not just intellectual understanding, the entrenched sense of being a separate, isolated self, constantly haunted by thoughts of another equally separate self, naturally begins to dissolve. The rigid boundaries between me and them, and between the thinker and the thought, become permeable, revealing their constructed nature. What remains increasingly clearly is simply awareness itself, a vast, open, luminous, and inherently free space in which all experiences, including thoughts of this person, arise and pass effortlessly without creating a problem or leaving a lasting imprint. This awareness is not a thing you possess or a separate entity observing. It is the fundamental nature of your being, always present, always clear, unconditioned by what appears within it. A Zen master eloquently described this transformative shift. Before I studied Zen mountains were mountains and rivers were rivers. While studying Zen mountains were no longer mountains and rivers were no longer rivers. After enlightenment, mountains are mountains and rivers are rivers again. This profound analogy applies perfectly to our perception of self and others and the thoughts that bind us. Before engaging in deep spiritual practice, we perceive ourselves and others as solid, independent entities, separate and distinct. Mountains are mountains. During the practice, as we deconstruct these perceptions and recognize their constructed nature, we begin to see the fluid, interconnected, and impermanent nature of all phenomena, where mountains are no longer mountains in their fixed, conceptualized form. The solidity dissipates, and in the profound awakening of enlightenment, we relate to people naturally, once more recognizing their unique forms and functions. Mountains are mountains again, but crucially without the pervasive illusion of solid separation that is the root cause of all suffering. This direct experience of emptiness dissolves the rigid boundaries, liberating your mind from the grip of self-created suffering. The persistent thoughts seen through the lens of emptiness are no longer personal burdens, but rather a direct pointer to the fundamental nature of reality itself, a reality of interconnectedness, impermanence, and boundless awareness. This realization transforms suffering into an opportunity for profound insight, shifting your relationship, stopping the fight and welcoming messengers. Having journeyed through the 7 profound reasons why someone might persist in your thoughts, from the subtle grip of attachment to the radical insight of emptiness. It becomes clear that these underlying causes are rarely mutually exclusive. More often than not, several of them operate simultaneously, intertwining to create a complex and deeply ingrained web of mental preoccupation. For example, a persistent thought might stem from both unresolved emotion and a subtle projection of your own shadow, while simultaneously being fueled by an underlying karmic connection. Moreover, it's crucial to understand that these aren't merely isolated psychological explanations in a clinical sense. They point toward the deeper nature of mind itself and our fundamental, often unconscious relationship with reality. Understanding which of these specific reasons, or combination of reasons, applies to your unique situation doesn't magically make the persistent thoughts instantly vanish into thin air. That's a common misconception, and expecting such an immediate outcome can lead to further frustration and self-judgment. However, this understanding fundamentally and radically transforms your relationship with those thoughts, shifting it from an exhausting, often futile struggle to a liberating, insightful, and ultimately compassionate engagement. This profound shift in perspective is the very first and perhaps most crucial step towards true mental freedom and inner peace. So, given these profound insights into the underlying causes of persistent thoughts, what does Buddhist wisdom suggest we actually do practically in our daily lives when someone stubbornly refuses to leave our thoughts? The guidance begins with a radical and often deeply counterintuitive reorientation of our entire approach. 1. Stop fighting. Welcome thoughts as messengers. The first and most fundamental step in dealing with persistent thoughts, often the most challenging, yet ultimately the most rewarding, is to stop fighting. This means consciously and deliberately ceasing the internal battle against these intrusive or recurring thoughts. It requires an active decision to lay down your mental weapons. The more you resist them, the more energy you expend trying to push them away, the more you label them as problems that shouldn't be there, or the more you harshly criticize and judge yourself for having them, the more tenacious, powerful, and persistent they inevitably become. This is a universal principle of mind, often encapsulated in the profound saying, "What you resist persists." Your mind in this state becomes a perpetual battleground, constantly expending vital energy against itself, creating a vicious cycle of resistance amplification and renewed frustration. This internal friction, this war against reality, is the true source of our mental anguish. Instead of engaging in this exhausting and ultimately unproductive conflict, Buddhist practice suggests a profound, almost revolutionary shift in approach from active rejection and forceful suppression to curious, open investigation and compassionate acceptance. When thoughts of this person arise, rather than immediately pushing them away with aversion, judging them as bad or unwanted, or frantically trying to distract yourself with other activities which simply postpones the issue, can you courageously welcome them as messengers? Imagine them not as unwanted invaders that disrupt your peace, consume your energy, or signify a personal failing, but as carriers of vital information, perhaps even profound wisdom that your deeper self needs to process and integrate for its own healing and evolution. This welcoming stance is not an invitation for the thoughts to stay forever, to consume you completely, or to dictate your actions. It's an invitation for them to reveal their underlying message, to disclose what they represent from your unconscious. Can you gently yet sincerely lean into their presence and ask from a place of open inquiry and compassionate curiosity? What are you here to show me? What remains unresolved within me that your presence is highlighting? What unacknowledged need, unhealed wound, unlearned lesson, or hidden potential am I being invited to understand or heal through this persistent presence? This conscious and deliberate shift from resistance to radical receptivity fundamentally changes the entire dynamic of your relationship with these thoughts. The intense frictional energy of struggle dissipates, replaced by an open, inquisitive, and ultimately more peaceful stance. You move from a reactive adversarial position to a proactive receptive one ready to learn. This allows the mental energy previously consumed by unproductive resistance to be repurposed towards genuine insight, understanding, and healing. It's like opening a tightly clenched fist. The immense effort to hold on is released, and what was trapped is now free to move and be seen. This acceptance doesn't mean you like having these thoughts, or that they are pleasant or desirable. It means you acknowledge their presence without adding a layer of struggle or judgment, which is the true source of ongoing suffering. This initial act of non-resistance creates the vital space necessary for any deeper work to begin. Without this foundational acceptance, all subsequent practices will be undermined by the subtle yet powerful friction of internal conflict, making true liberation elusive. When you stop fighting, you stop adding fuel to the fire of obsessive thinking, allowing its natural energy to dissipate as its message is received. The practical application of stopping the fight involves several nuances. It's not about becoming passive or letting your mind be overrun by these thoughts. It's about a shift in internal posture. Instead of meeting the thought with an internal "no, go away," you meet it with a soft "ah, this again," or "I see you." This is where the power of non-identification begins. You observe the thought as an object in your consciousness rather than identifying with it as my thought that controls me. Furthermore, stopping the fight allows the natural intelligence of your mind to work. When we resist, we often create a white bear effect. The more you try not to think of a white bear, the more vividly it appears. By releasing the resistance, you give your mind the space it needs to process without constant interference. This space is crucial. It's the difference between being caught in a swirling current and being able to step back to the riverbank and observe the water flowing. Your suffering lessens not because the object of your thoughts has vanished, but because your relationship to the thoughts has fundamentally changed. You are no longer battling a part of yourself. You are acknowledging it with a compassionate curiosity that holds the potential for transformation. This foundational step of non-resistance and welcoming is the gateway to all deeper Buddhist practices for mental liberation. It's an act of radical self-compassion, recognizing that the struggle itself is often more painful than the thought content. Here is part 10 of your expanded text. Part 10, Cultivating Awareness, Mindful Presence, Labeling and Compassion. Once you've embraced the radical shift from fighting your persistent thoughts to welcoming them as potential messengers, a foundational act of self-compassion and wisdom. The next crucial step involves actively cultivating deeper, more refined awareness. This is not about complex intellectual gymnastics, but about bringing a focused, yet gentle, and fundamentally non-judgmental attention to the rich internal experience that consistently accompanies thoughts of the person who occupies your mind. It's about becoming an astute, compassionate observer of your inner landscape, recognizing that awareness itself is the primary field of healing, transformation, and ultimate liberation. 2. Mindful awareness of physical and emotional experience. Following the initial acceptance, the practice shifts to a more granular level of observation. Rather than immediately getting perpetually caught in the elaborate, often circular, and endlessly replaying storyline about them, the what happened, who said what, if only I had done this, or if only they had done that narratives consciously shift your focus. These mental stories, while incredibly compelling and seemingly real, often keep you trapped in the past or a hypothetical, often painful future, preventing genuine engagement with the vibrant reality of the present moment. Instead, turn your attention inward with a gentle curiosity and notice the sensations in your body that arise when these thoughts appear. Your physical body is a highly sensitive barometer of your emotional state, constantly providing feedback if you learn to listen. Is there a subtle tightness in your chest, a fluttering sensation in your stomach, a surge of heat in your face, tension in your shoulders, a peculiar knot in your throat, a sense of inexplicable heaviness anywhere, or perhaps a feeling of lightness or expansion? These physical sensations are often the direct, tangible manifestation of underlying unspoken or unprocessed emotions. Simultaneously, with the same gentle awareness, acutely feel the emotional tone that consistently accompanies these sensations and thoughts. Is it a deep ache of longing, a simmering, perhaps repressed anger, a sharp pang of regret, profound confusion, a flicker of unexpressed resentment, a persistent feeling of betrayal, or even a bittersweet sense of unfulfilled joy that now carries a poignant melancholic quality? Identify the core feeling as purely as possible without embellishment, further narrative, or overlaying layers of mental judgment. This pure identification of the feeling itself without adding to it is a powerful act of mindfulness. The crucial next step is to courageously allow that emotion to be fully felt in your body without adding layers of mental commentary, harsh self-criticism, or judgmental labels. E.g., I shouldn't feel this way. This is silly. I should be over it by now. I'm weak for feeling this. This is not about indulging in the emotion to the point of being overwhelmed or uncontrolled, nor is it about melodramatically dramatizing your feelings for external attention or sympathy or getting lost in a victim narrative. It is about creating a spaciousness within your being, an inner container of compassionate acceptance for its raw, unfiltered presence. Imagine the emotion as a temporary visitor in your home of awareness. You don't invite it to stay forever, nor do you try to evict it forcibly with resistance. Instead, you acknowledge its presence, offer it a seat within your awareness, and simply observe it with a kind, open curiosity, allowing it to simply be, to arise, exist, and then eventually pass. There is a profound wisdom in this approach. Emotions, when met with full, non-judgmental awareness and embodied presence, naturally complete their inherent cycle. They arise, they intensify, they peak, and then they naturally subside, much like a wave, forming cresting and then dissolving back into the vastness of the ocean, leaving stillness in its wake. It is our deeply ingrained resistance to feeling them, our underlying fear of being overwhelmed by their intensity, or our harsh judgment about having such emotions that keeps them frozen stagnant and perpetually active within our inner landscape. They become like energy trapped in a closed loop, constantly seeking release, manifesting as persistent thoughts until they are met with acceptance. By bringing gentle, open awareness to these unprocessed emotions, you are not merely acknowledging them intellectually, you are actively giving them the essential space they need to finally move, flow, and transform. This process allows the trapped emotional energy to be released rather than remaining bottled up festering and causing internal friction that fuels persistent thoughts. A revered Zen teacher once famously stated, "The only way out is through." This profound insight applies powerfully when it comes to the persistent thoughts about someone that stem from unresolved emotions. Often the only authentic path to freedom, inner peace, and true release from their relentless mental grip is through courageously and fully experiencing whatever emotions you have been consciously or unconsciously avoiding. This doesn't mean allowing yourself to become lost in endless emotional stories, melodramatically indulging your feelings for external attention or seeking external validation for your pain. It means simply bravely and kindly allowing the raw sensations of the emotion to be felt directly in your body in the unfiltered present moment, accompanied by your gentle, non-judgmental awareness. This practice gradually unties the knots of emotional residue that have been binding you, freeing your mind from the person who has become a symbol or trigger for these unfelt feelings. It's a process of deep internal cleansing and emotional detox that allows the mental landscape to become clearer, lighter, and less burdened by the weight of the past. The lingering echoes of unfinished emotional business begin to fade, replaced by a quiet sense of resolution, integration, and inner spaciousness. This allows the mind to release its tenacious hold on the person not through force, but through compassionate understanding of its own healing process, recognizing that the completion of the emotional cycle is the true liberation. 3. Labeling or noting, creating space with awareness. Buddhist meditation offers specific powerful practices for skillfully working with persistent thoughts without getting entangled in their content or letting them spiral into rumination. One highly effective approach is called labeling or noting, often referred to as bare attention in direct practice. When a thought of this person arises, you simply and silently note its presence by gently labeling it in your mind. This is not about judgment or analysis, but about clear, objective recognition, a subtle stepping back from immediate involvement. For instance, you might mentally whisper a single word, thinking, remembering, planning, judging, longing, anger, fear, or sadness. The label is brief, almost whispered internally, and serves only to identify the mental event without engaging with its content. After noting you gently without force or frustration, return your attention to your primary meditation object, whether that's the breath-body sensations or open awareness. The key here is that you don't fight the thought or suppress it, nor do you follow its elaborate storyline down a rabbit hole of endless rumination. You just acknowledge its presence, give it a simple, neutral label which acts as a mild disidentifier, creating a subtle separation, and then gently redirect your attention back to the present moment. This practice doesn't magically make the thought disappear immediately. Persistence is normal, especially with deeply ingrained patterns. However, it profoundly changes your relationship with it. You are no longer unconsciously caught in its relentless grip or identified with its content. You become the aware observer, stepping back from the content to see the thought as a passing phenomenon, like a cloud in the sky, rather than identifying with it as my thought that defines or controls you. This detachment, cultivated through consistent labeling, creates a vital space between you as pure awareness and the thought, allowing you to experience thoughts without being consumed by them. It is the beginning of recognizing that I am not my thoughts. Thoughts are simply events occurring in awareness. 4. Meta-loving kindness meditation, releasing aversion and cultivating universal compassion. Another deeply transformative practice for working with persistent thoughts, particularly those tinged with resentment, anger, blame, or even lingering neediness, is metta-metta, or loving kindness meditation. This practice involves intentionally cultivating and extending wishes of well-being to others, genuinely and unconditionally, regardless of your past history, the depth of your current feelings toward them, or any unresolved conflicts that may exist. When thoughts of the person who occupies your mind arise, you silently offer phrases such as "May you be happy," "May you be healthy," "May you be safe," "May you live with ease." You might extend these wishes first to yourself, then to loved ones, then to neutral people, and finally to those who challenge you or are the subject of your persistent thoughts. This practice is not about denying any hurt, anger, resentment, or judgment you may genuinely feel. Those feelings can still be present in the background of your awareness. Rather, it courageously acknowledges that beneath those raw, often painful feelings lies the basic universal human wish for all beings, including yourself and the person you're thinking about, to be free from suffering. It's a recognition of shared humanity and the inherent desire for peace within all beings. This may seem counterintuitive at first. Why wish well to someone you are desperately trying to forget, or who may have caused you significant pain? But the wisdom here is profound. Often what truly keeps us fixated on someone is not love, but subtle, often unrecognized forms of aversion, lingering resentment, harsh judgment, the desire for revenge or validation, or an unconscious need for their validation or acknowledgement. These negative emotional states act like energetic chains, binding you to the person through a shared negative loop, preventing you from truly moving on. By deliberately cultivating goodwill and loving kindness, you actively release these binding forms of aversion that have been subtly chaining your mind to them. It's akin to consciously putting down an incredibly heavy weight you didn't even realize you were carrying, finding immediate relief and liberation as the burden is eased. This practice subtly shifts the emotional charge of the thoughts, transforming them from sources of suffering into opportunities for cultivating universal compassion, which in turn liberates your own heart. It dissolves the negative glue that holds the thought in place, allowing it to soften and eventually fade naturally as its fuel source diminishes. This act of extending metta allows your heart to open, releasing the tension of holding on to a past wound, the middle way and letting go, non-resistance and impermanence. Having established the foundational practices of welcoming thoughts, cultivating mindful awareness of accompanying emotions and sensations, labeling and extending loving kindness, we now turn to a pivotal concept in Buddhist wisdom, the middle way. This principle offers profound and liberating guidance on how to relate to persistent thoughts without falling into the extremes that inevitably perpetuate suffering. It is a path of balanced insight and inner freedom, the middle way. Neither indulgence nor suppression. Buddhist practice doesn't promise to eliminate all forms of pain. Not even the Buddha claimed that enlightenment removes all difficulty from life. What it profoundly offers is freedom from the added layer of suffering dukkha that arises not from the inherent pain of existence itself, but from our resistance to reality as it is. When you consciously cease struggling against thoughts of this person and instead bring a curious, open awareness to them, you may still experience the natural pain of loss, longing, regret, anger, or sadness that is an unavoidable part of the human condition. However, you will be fundamentally free from the additional self-imposed suffering that comes from resistance, the relentless mental friction of wanting things to be other than they are, or wanting an experience to vanish when it is present. This internal conflict is often more agonizing than the original pain itself. There's a famous teaching story that beautifully illustrates this concept of resistance. A man was rowing his small boat on a misty morning enveloped in a thick fog that obscured his vision. Suddenly, another boat violently crashed into his, startling him. He became absolutely furious, his blood boiling, ready to shout expletives and confront the careless boatman for his recklessness. But then, as the fog began to clear, he saw that the other boat was empty, completely unmanned, simply drifting with the current. In that instant, his intense anger immediately dissolved, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The anger wasn't caused by the crash itself, but by his interpretation of the crash that it was caused by a careless person. When that interpretation shifted, the anger evaporated. In precisely the same way, when we begin to see that our persistent thoughts are not personal attacks or external problems to be solved or eliminated by force, but simply spontaneous impersonal movements of mind, like empty boats gently drifting on the river of consciousness, our internal struggle against them naturally subsides. The anger or frustration we felt was largely fueled by our interpretation of these thoughts as problems or intruders, not by their inherent nature. This insight brings us to a profound paradox at the very heart of Buddhist wisdom. Often the fastest, most effective way to stop thinking about someone is to stop trying to stop thinking about them. This may seem illogical, but it reveals a deep truth about the mind's reactivity. When you fully allow these thoughts to be present without resistance, the internal no or push without judgment, the mental critique that they are bad or shouldn't be here, and without adding the elaborate storyline of what they supposedly mean about you or your perceived failure to move on, they gradually lose their relentless grip on your attention. Their compulsive power diminishes because you've stopped feeding them with the energy of conflict. A meditation teacher once powerfully illustrated this with a simple demonstration. She asked a student to hold a very heavy book with the arms outstretched and consciously not think about how heavy it was becoming. Predictably, the more the student desperately tried not to think about the weight, the more acutely aware of it they became, and the more uncomfortable and strained they grew. The very act of resistance amplified the sensation. Then she suggested simply acknowledging, "This is heavy," and noticing the sensations without resistance, or creating a story about how "I shouldn't feel this." The physical weight of the book didn't change, but the student's experience of it transformed dramatically. The suffering associated with the weight lessened. Similarly, acknowledging, "I'm thinking about them again," without adding the judgment, "I shouldn't be," often creates vital space where there was previously constriction. This space allows for the mind's natural healing process to unfold. Just as a physical wound doesn't need us to obsessively focus on healing it, it knows how to heal itself when we provide the right conditions, cleanliness, rest, protection. Our minds also possess their own inherent natural healing capacity. By creating conditions of kind awareness and non-resistance, by simply allowing what is present to be, we allow our natural wisdom to operate, gradually integrating experiences that seem stuck or unresolved. Buddhist psychology understands that the mind naturally moves toward wholeness and integration when we stop interfering with its inherent process through either suppression or obsession. Our role is not to forcefully impose healing, but to create optimal conditions that support it, much like a skilled gardener who doesn't make plants grow, but provides water, sunlight, and good soil so they can flourish themselves. This trust in the mind's natural healing capacity connects directly to what Buddhism calls bodhicitta, the awakened heart and mind that is our true nature beneath layers of conditioning and reactivity. This awakened heart is already whole, already wise, already free. Our persistent thoughts and emotional fixations are not evidence of fundamental brokenness, but rather of the mind's ongoing, often clumsy effort to return to this natural wholeness. From this profound perspective, the person who won't leave your thoughts is playing a crucial, albeit sometimes uncomfortable role in your journey back to your own awakened heart. The persistent thinking is not an obstacle to your well-being, but a doorway to deeper understanding and liberation if approached with awareness rather than resistance. The very qualities you find most difficult in relation to them, perhaps your own vulnerability, attachment, anger, or longing, are often pointing toward aspects of yourself that are asking for integration and acceptance, beckoning you towards greater wholeness. This understanding of allowing thoughts to be present without struggle connects to one of Buddhism's most profound teachings on the nature of mind, what the Buddha called the middle way, Majjhima Patipada. This is not a compromise or a halfway point between extremes. It's a completely different dimension of relating to experience, one based in balanced presence rather than extreme reactive engagement. The middle way teaches us to neither indulge in thoughts by following their storylines and becoming lost in them, which fuels obsession and rumination, nor to aggressively suppress or fight against them, which fuels resistance, makes them stronger, and creates internal friction. Instead, it's about finding that balanced middle path of aware presence that neither clings to thoughts nor rejects them. When someone occupies your mind persistently, there's a natural human tendency to swing between these two extremes. You might find yourself either obsessively following every thought about them, meticulously analyzing each memory and endlessly imagining future scenarios, or aggressively trying to push them out of your mind, telling yourself, "I shouldn't be thinking about them," and forcefully redirecting your attention elsewhere. Crucially, both approaches actually strengthen the thought's grip on your consciousness by feeding it an energy, either through compulsive engagement or through forceful resistance. The middle way suggests something else entirely, allowing thoughts of this person to arise without judgment, observing them with gentle curiosity, and then letting them pass naturally without either indulging or suppressing them. This stance of non-reactive awareness creates vital space around the thoughts. They no longer feel so solid, so demanding, or so utterly consuming of your attention. A Zen teacher once compared this process to dealing with a tantruming child. If you give in to every demand, the tantrums continue and escalate. If you respond with anger and punishment, the tantrums intensify and may become more destructive. But if you remain calmly present, neither indulging nor rejecting the child eventually calms down, naturally finding their own equilibrium. Our thoughts work in precisely the same way. When we respond to them with neither indulgence nor aggression, but with steady, kind awareness, they gradually lose their intense charge and compulsive power. Impermanence, anicca, the unchanging truth of change. This approach also connects to another essential Buddhist teaching that underlies much of the middle way, the profound truth of impermanence, anicca. Everything in existence is in a constant state of flux, continuously changing, arising, and passing away. There is no static permanent entity. The actual person you are thinking about is not the same person they were a year ago, a month ago, or even a moment ago. They are constantly evolving, influenced by countless new experiences and conditions. Your memories of them are not the actual living, breathing person, but rather mental images frozen in a specific moment in time, a snapshot that does not reflect their current reality. And you yourself are also changing moment by moment, breath by breath, evolving in subtle or significant ways. When thoughts of someone persistently arise, there is often an underlying unconscious assumption that both you and they are fixed, unchanging entities. I am this way, they are that way. And our relationship is rigidly defined by what happened then. But Buddhist wisdom invites us to see through this pervasive illusion of permanence. The you who is thinking about them now is not identical to the you who knew them then. They too have changed in countless ways you cannot fully know or grasp. This powerful recognition of impermanence doesn't make memories magically disappear, but it profoundly softens their emotional intensity. It reminds us that we're not actually relating to the person as they are now in their current evolving state, but to our own mental construction of them based on past interactions, a mental image that has become frozen in our minds, while the actual person continues to change and evolve far beyond our limited awareness. There's a beautiful metaphor in Thai Buddhist tradition that illustrates this. Ajahn Chah, a renowned meditation master, would often hold up his teacup and gently say, "This cup is already broken." He meant that in ultimate reality, all composite things are inherently impermanent. The cup will inevitably break, chip, or be lost one day. By seeing it as already broken, he could enjoy using it fully in the present moment without the underlying suffering that stems from attachment to its permanence or the fear of its eventual destruction. In the same profound way, the relationship with the person you cannot stop thinking about is, in a larger sense, already broken in the understanding that all relationships are ultimately impermanent. Nothing lasts unchanged forever. By courageously acknowledging this truth, not as a cause for despair, but as a liberating doorway to freedom, you can hold the relationship and the thoughts about it much more lightly in your mind, releasing the burden of fixed expectations and the suffering of clinging to what cannot be held. There's a poignant story about a monk who struggled immensely with constant tormenting thoughts of a woman he had known intimately before joining the monastery. Every time her face vividly appeared in his mind, he would harshly berate himself for his perceived lack of spiritual progress, for his lingering attachment and impure thoughts. This intense internal conflict only made the thoughts more persistent and excruciatingly painful, creating a cycle of self-punishment. Finally, in desperation, he confessed his struggle to his revered teacher, who offered unexpected and counterintuitive advice. The teacher simply said, "The next time you think of her, do not push her away. Instead, bow respectfully to her image in your mind and silently say, 'Thank you for teaching me about attachment. May you be well.'" This simple yet revolutionary shift in approach from harsh rejection and internal conflict to grateful acknowledgement and compassion gradually transformed the monk's relationship with these thoughts until they no longer caused him suffering. The insight into impermanence coupled with compassion had liberated him from the mental prison of his own making, allowing the thoughts to arise and pass without attachment. Understanding the mind, awareness versus attention in the nature of thoughts. Having explored the liberating power of the middle way and the profound truth of impermanence, which fundamentally shift our relationship with persistent thoughts, we now turn our attention to an even deeper and more subtle understanding of the mind itself. This involves discerning a crucial distinction in Buddhist psychology, the difference between awareness and attention. This insight offers a powerful new way to relate to persistent thoughts, allowing them to arise without binding you, without creating undue suffering, and without defining your sense of self. Awareness versus attention, the room and the flashlight. To grasp this distinction, consider a simple yet profound analogy. Think of attention as a highly focused flashlight beam. It's a directed faculty of the mind that highlights specific objects of experience, a particular thought, a sudden sound, a fleeting sensation in your body, or the vivid image of that person who occupies your thoughts. Attention is inherently narrow, directed, and selective, bringing one thing into sharp focus while relegating everything else to the blurry background. When someone persistently occupies your thoughts, your attention gets compulsively pulled to them, becoming fixated on their image, their narrative, or the associated feelings, making that specific content feel overwhelmingly consuming and real. It's like a spotlight relentlessly fixed on one actor on a vast stage, making it hard to see the rest of the play. In stark contrast, awareness is like the vast open room itself in which the flashlight moves. It is the boundless open and luminous space that contains all experience without needing to focus on any single part. Awareness is the background canvas upon which all phenomena, all sights, sounds, sensations, and thoughts appear. It is inherently non-selective and all-encompassing. When someone consistently won't leave your thoughts, your attention keeps getting pulled to them, becoming fixated on their image or the associated narrative. But your deeper awareness remains inherently free, spacious, luminous, and untouched by whatever appears within it. The thoughts are arising in awareness, But awareness is not the thoughts. The thoughts are merely contents within the vast container of awareness. The core practice here is to subtly yet profoundly shift your sense of identity from the narrow focused beam of attention to the expansive open space of awareness itself. Instead of identifying as the one who is thinking this thought or the one who is tormented by this memory, you begin to recognize yourself as the spacious field in which thoughts, memories, and emotions arise and pass. From this profound perspective, thoughts about the person are simply objects appearing within your consciousness, much like furniture arranged in a vast room or clouds drifting across the boundless sky. They are transient phenomena that arise, linger, and then pass rather than defining who you are or controlling your entire experience. You are not your thoughts. You are the vast luminous awareness in which thoughts perpetually appear and disappear. This subtle yet profound shift in perspective is not merely philosophical, it has deeply practical and liberating implications. When you no longer identify with thoughts about this person as my thoughts that say something fundamental and problematic about me, they lose much of their emotional grip and personal sting. They transform into passing phenomena rather than feeling like personal possessions or intractable problems, allowing for a natural disengagement. The nature of thoughts, composite and conditionally arisen. This understanding of awareness as the container for thoughts leads us to another crucial insight from Buddhist psychology: the understanding that all experiences, including persistent thoughts about someone, are composite and conditionally arisen pratyasamutpada. This means they don't appear randomly spontaneously or exist independently in a vacuum. Instead, they arise from specific causes and conditions, like intricate threads woven into a vast tapestry or ingredients combining to form a dish. They are not concrete self-existing entities, but temporary formations that come into being, exist for a while, and then dissolve. When someone stubbornly won't leave your thoughts, Buddhist wisdom invites us to courageously investigate the conditions that give rise to these thoughts, rather than merely fighting against the thoughts themselves. This investigation is a form of deep inquiry. Ask yourself, what specific situations, physical states, or underlying emotions tend to trigger their remembrance most strongly? Is it loneliness that sends your mind searching for past connections? Is it heightened stress or anxiety that makes you ruminate on perceived failures? Is it being in similar environments, listening to certain songs, encountering particular scents, or experiencing a specific emotional trigger, like a feeling of rejection or injustice that brings them to mind? By recognizing these specific conditions, you gain invaluable insight into the nature of the thought patterns, understanding their roots rather than just their surface manifestation. This understanding leads to significantly more freedom in your relationship to these thoughts, as you can begin to address the underlying conditions rather than merely battling the thoughts themselves. There's a revealing teaching story about this. A woman was tormented by constant thoughts of a former partner despite years of physical separation. Through diligent, mindful observation, she noticed that these thoughts arose most strongly when she felt deeply vulnerable, insecure, or uncertain about her future, particularly when facing a new challenge or feeling unsupported. The thoughts she realized weren't truly about her ex at all in the present moment. They were her mind's conditioned response to vulnerability, a habitual, almost automatic pattern of seeking comfort in the familiar, even if that familiar, her ex, was ultimately painful or unhelpful. Her mind had unconsciously associated her ex with a past experience of perceived comfort or security, and it resorted to that familiar pattern when faced with current discomfort. Once she recognized this underlying pattern and the actual emotional trigger, she could directly address the root cause of her vulnerability and build internal resources rather than getting endlessly caught in the distracting surface-level thoughts about her ex. Often, what appears to be a mere fixation on a person is actually pointing towards something much more fundamental about ourselves, a core belief about your own worth. Am I enough? A developmental need that wasn't fully met in childhood? Do I feel safe and loved? A value you are being called to embody, or a deeply ingrained pattern you are being invited to consciously recognize and transform? The person in this context becomes a powerful symbol or vehicle for this deeper internal process, which is precisely why simply trying to forget them rarely works effectively, as the underlying message remains unaddressed. Bear attention and the mirror-like mind. This understanding of thoughts as conditionally arisen phenomena and awareness as their spacious container leads us back to the practice of bare attention sati. It's the innate capacity to observe what's happening precisely as it is, without the usual filters of judgment, preference analysis, or elaborate mental stories. When thoughts of someone arise, can you notice them with this quality of bare attention? Simply acknowledging thinking is happening, memory is present, longing is arising, anger is arising. This simple, direct acknowledgement, without elaboration, allows thoughts to be exactly as they are, without adding layers of self-imposed meaning or resistance. This practice is like a clean, clear mirror. The Buddha often compared this quality of mind to a mirror which clearly reflects whatever stands before it without clinging to the reflection or pushing it away. The mirror doesn't prefer certain images or resist others. It simply reflects what is present impartially. In the same way, your awareness can reflect thoughts of this person without preference or resistance, allowing them to appear and disappear naturally, like reflections in a mirror. This mirror-like quality of mind is not cold or detached. On the contrary, it is intimately engaged with experience, while simultaneously remaining utterly unentangled and unburdened by what it reflects. It's like being fully immersed in a compelling movie, feeling its emotions and following its storyline, while simultaneously knowing with crystal clarity that it's just light projected on a screen, a temporary appearance. You can feel the emotions follow the story and still maintain the clear recognition that what you're experiencing is not a solid fixed reality that defines you, but a temporary appearance in consciousness. This allows for genuine engagement with your thoughts and feelings without being bound by the illusion of their inherent solidity or oppressive power. It's a fundamental shift from being in the movie to being the screen upon which the movie plays. Healing through wisdom, Tonglen interdependence, and trusting the process. Having explored the foundational understanding of the mind as a vast open awareness and the impermanent conditionally arisen nature of thoughts, we now turn to more active yet subtle practices that foster deep healing integration and a profound sense of connection. These practices draw from the rich tapestry of Buddhist wisdom, offering pathways to transform suffering not by fighting it, but by engaging with it mindfully, compassionately, and with a broader perspective. Tonglen breathing in pain, breathing out relief, a radical act of compassion. Among the most powerful and profoundly transformative practices in Tibetan Buddhism is Tonglen, often translated as sending and taking, or giving and receiving. This practice directly works with difficult thoughts, emotions, and suffering, including the pain of obsessive thinking. Instead of trying to get rid of this pain, which often amplifies it by creating resistance, you intentionally engage with it through the breath, transforming a reactive aversion into a compassionate embrace. The core of Tonglen involves a paradoxical yet deeply liberating movement of the heart and mind. As you inhale, you intentionally imagine breathing in all the suffering, the heaviness, the constriction, the fear, the anger, and the longing. Not just your own personal pain associated with the persistent thought, but also the pain of everyone who has ever suffered from similar thoughts, from similar attachments, losses, or unresolved emotions. You visualize absorbing all that discomfort, turning it into spaciousness within your heart. And as you exhale, you imagine sending out relief, spaciousness, compassion, peace, and well-being to all beings caught in obsessive thinking, including yourself and the person who occupies your thoughts. You transform your pain into a catalyst for universal compassion. This practice is a radical act of empathy, courage, and unconditional love. It profoundly transforms isolation into connection. The pain of persistent thoughts about someone is no longer just your private burden, a unique torment you must bear alone in silent struggle. It's recognized as part of the universal human experience of attachment loss, longing, aversion, and the fundamental dissatisfaction with things being other than what we desire. By consciously connecting your personal suffering to this wider shared dimension of human experience, the thoughts lose some of their intensely personal sting and become a gateway to profound compassion, both for yourself who is experiencing this suffering and for countless others, including the person in your thoughts who are undoubtedly navigating their own forms of pain. A teacher might articulate this practice by guiding when you feel the sharp, insistent pain of obsessive thinking. Remember that countless others feel this exact same pain right now in this very moment. Breathe in for all of us, courageously acknowledging our shared human struggle, our collective vulnerability. Breathe out, sending relief, lightness, and spaciousness to everyone caught in these thought patterns, releasing the burden. This practice doesn't magically eliminate thoughts about the person, but it radically changes their meaning and impact from a source of personal torment into a bridge of profound compassion, connecting you with humanity's shared heart. This compassionate connection, in turn, subtly yet powerfully reduces the isolating and binding grip of the thoughts, allowing them to soften and eventually release their compulsive hold. The natural clarity of mind, stopping the stirring. Beyond specific practices, like Tonglen Buddhist wisdom, also offers profound guidance for working with persistent thoughts during formal meditation practice, which can then be applied to daily life. When sitting in meditation, thoughts of this person will likely arise with even more prominence than usual, precisely because the usual external distractions are minimized, allowing the mind's internal workings to surface with greater intensity. Rather than seeing this natural surfacing of thoughts as a problem, a failure in your meditation, or a sign of being bad at practice, you are invited to use the very structure and intention of meditation to relate to these thoughts with greater awareness and skill. One direct approach, as we touched upon with labeling or noting, is to simply label thoughts as they arise. When the image or memory of the person or an associated emotion appears, you might mentally say, thinking, remembering, planning, judging, longing, or anger. This simple, non-judgmental noting helps create a bit of space between yourself and the thought content, reducing immediate identification with the storyline. You're not suppressing the thoughts or trying to make them go away through force. You're simply acknowledging their presence as mental events and then gently returning your attention to your chosen meditation object, whether that's the breath-body sensations or open awareness. This consistent, gentle redirection builds mental muscle and reinforces the observer's stance. Another powerful approach involves using the breath as an anchor when thoughts become overwhelming or particularly sticky. Feeling the physical sensations of breathing, the subtle rise and fall of the abdomen, the gentle sensation of air entering and leaving the nostrils, the expansive feeling in the chest brings your attention back to the direct, immediate experience of the present moment. This simple act interrupts the mind's tendency to get lost in elaborate mental stories about the past or hypothetical future. The breath is always available as a refuge from obsessive thinking, a simple yet profound way to ground yourself in the undeniable reality of now, rather than the intricate, often painful mental constructions about then or what if. There's also the practice of deliberately expanding awareness to include both the thoughts and the vast space around them. Rather than focusing narrowly on either suppressing or analyzing the thoughts, you open your awareness to hold them within a larger field of consciousness. It's like stepping back from being engrossed by a single tree that's captured your attention to seeing not just that tree, but the entire forest, or even the vast landscape beyond. This wider perspective helps release the fixation on particular thought content, diminishing its perceived power and dominance. A meditation teacher once offered this guidance: don't push the river and don't dam it up. Just sit on the bank and watch it flow. In the same way, you can learn to observe the flow of thoughts about this person without either pushing them away with aversion or damming them up with rigid resistance. This watching itself, this non-interfering open observation, gradually transforms your relationship with thinking itself, leading to a profound sense of ease. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, especially with deeply conditioned thought patterns or profoundly significant relationships. Buddhist practice emphasizes patience and persistence, qualities that become themselves objects of cultivation on the path to liberation. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're strengthening neural pathways of presence that gradually become more accessible and dominant than the old, well-worn pathways of obsession. Think of it like creating a new trail through a dense, overgrown forest. At first, the old path of obsessive thinking is wide and well-worn, easy to fall into without realizing it, almost an unconscious reflex. The new path of aware presence is barely visible, perhaps just a faint track requiring conscious effort and deliberate attention to follow. But with consistent practice, each time you choose the new path, it becomes a little clearer, a little wider, a little more established. Eventually, it may become the default route, the way your mind naturally moves when thoughts of this person arise seeking awareness first. This entire process embodies what Buddhism calls bhavana, or cultivation, the gradual deliberate development of beneficial qualities and habits of mind through intentional practice. Rather than expecting instant results or harshly beating yourself up when old patterns reemerge, which is a natural part of the healing process, you recognize that transformation is a gradual process of cultivation, much like growing a garden from seeds. A meditation teacher used this metaphor to illustrate the essence of trust in the natural process. When planting a garden, you don't dig up the seeds every day to see if they're growing yet. You create the right conditions, good soil, adequate water, and sunlight protection from extreme conditions, and then trust the natural process of growth. Working with persistent thoughts is strikingly similar. You create conditions of kind awareness, compassion, and wise understanding, and then you trust the natural healing process to unfold in its own organic timing. This trust in the mind's inherent natural healing capacity is itself a form of practice, a relinquishing of the need for control. Rather than trying to force unwanted thoughts out of mind through sheer willpower, you create conditions where healing and integration can occur organically. These conditions include regular meditation practice, which cultivates inner space, mindful awareness in daily life, which sharpens your perception, cultivation of compassion for yourself and others, which softens the heart, and deepening understanding of the impermanent, interdependent nature of all phenomena, which releases rigid clinging. As you consistently create these conditions, the relationship with persistent thoughts gradually transforms. What once felt like an invasion becomes an invitation. What once seemed like an insurmountable obstacle becomes a profound opportunity. The very thoughts that tormented you become doorways to freedom when met with awareness rather than resistance. And this freedom is what Buddhist practice points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or strenuous striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. Paradoxically, they're providing a unique opportunity to discover it more fully. Here is part 14 of your expanded text. Part 14, The Path to Freedom, 4 Noble Truths, Eightfold Path and Non-Identification. Having extensively explored the liberating power of the middle way, the profound truth of impermanence, and the healing potential of practices like Tonglen and cultivating natural awareness, we now arrive at the very heart of Buddhist teachings, the 4 Noble Truths. These truths don't just abstractly describe suffering, they provide a comprehensive, actionable framework for understanding its origins, recognizing its cessation, and crucially outlining a practical path to that cessation. They offer profound and direct relevance to the experience of persistent thoughts, illuminating how these mental patterns, while challenging, can become catalysts for awakening. The 4 Noble Truths, a universal framework for understanding and transforming suffering. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment laid out these fundamental truths, serving as the bedrock for all subsequent Buddhist practice and philosophy. The first noble truth, dukkha, suffering just to unsatisfactoriness, exists. This truth acknowledges that suffering, dissatisfaction, dis-ease, or unsatisfactoriness, dukkha, is an inherent an unavoidable part of human existence. It's not about finding misery in every moment, but recognizing that life, by its very nature of being impermanent and conditional, contains inevitable experiences of pain, loss, frustration, and discomfort. In the specific context of persistent thoughts about someone, this is the very real, often agonizing pain of being unable to stop thinking about them, the relentless mental looping, the emotional turmoil, the sense of being trapped, consumed, or defined by a memory, a longing, an aversion, or a narrative. It's the constant discomfort of the splinter in the mind that resists removal, signaling an underlying disease. This suffering is not a personal failure, but a universal aspect of conditioned existence. The second noble truth, samudaya. The origin of suffering is craving and clinging. This truth courageously points to the root cause of our suffering, tanha, craving, thirst, desire, attachment, and upadana, clinging, grasping. It's not the thoughts themselves or the external events that cause suffering, but our relationship to them. Specifically, it stems from our persistent craving for things to be different than they are, desperately wanting the persistent thoughts to stop, wanting the person to return or change, wanting a specific outcome or form of recognition, or intensely craving for our mind to be free from their unwanted presence. It also arises from avidya, ignorance, the fundamental ignorance that mistakenly sees phenomena, including thoughts and self, as solid, permanent realities, rather than passing, empty, and interdependent phenomena, or falsely believes that true and lasting happiness is solely dependent on external conditions or the fulfillment of specific desires. Your suffering around persistent thoughts, therefore, isn't just the thoughts themselves, but your active resistance to them, the desperate wish that they weren't happening, and the internal storyline that something is profoundly wrong with you for having them. This craving to control what is uncontrollable is the engine of suffering. The third noble truth, nirodha, the cessation of suffering, is possible. This offers the profoundly liberating insight that suffering is not an inescapable fate. It can indeed cease. When the causes of suffering, craving, clinging, and fundamental ignorance are fully understood, acknowledged, and relinquished, suffering naturally subsides. This is the profound promise of liberation from the mental burden of persistent thoughts. It means that freedom from the torment of obsessive thinking is not only attainable, but is the inherent nature of a mind free from grasping. It's achieved not by forcefully eliminating the thoughts themselves, but by transforming your relationship with them, dissolving the craving that fuels their painful grip. The fourth noble truth, magga. The path to the cessation of suffering is the eightfold path. This truth provides the practical, actionable, and comprehensive guidance that leads to the cessation of suffering. This path, often called the Noble Eightfold Path, offers a holistic and systematic approach to working with all forms of suffering, including the specific and often debilitating suffering of persistent thoughts. It is a unified way of living mindfully, wisely, and compassionately designed to lead practitioners to inner peace and enlightenment. The Eightfold Path, a practical guide for navigating persistent thoughts. Each aspect of this path is a vital component, offering profound practical wisdom for directly working with persistent thoughts about someone. Right. Understanding samadhi. This is the foundational wisdom. It means cultivating a deep experiential understanding of the Four Noble Truths and the nature of reality, as taught by the Buddha impermanence, suffering, and non-self. In relation to persistent thoughts, right understanding helps you see these thoughts not as solid, enduring realities or as definitive statements about your identity or fate, but as impermanent conditioned phenomena. It's recognizing that the person in your thoughts is a mental construction and that your clinging to them is a source of suffering. This understanding shifts your perspective from being a victim of your thoughts to being an observer of their arising and passing. Right intention, sama sankappa. This involves cultivating wholesome intentions. It means approaching these thoughts and your inner process with kindness, compassion, and a genuine intention towards liberation rather than with aversion, self-criticism, or desire for revenge. Your intention shifts from a desperate, I want to get rid of this thought, to a wise and compassionate, I want to understand what this thought is here to teach me and to be free from the suffering it causes. This intention sets the energetic direction for your practice. Right speech, sama vaka. This extends beyond just how you speak to others, but crucially encompasses how you talk to yourself about these thoughts. It transforms harsh internal judgment. I should be over this by now. I'm weak for still thinking about them. This is abnormal to compassionate acknowledgement. This experience is difficult, and that's okay. These thoughts are arising, and I can meet them with kindness and patience. Right speech also means refraining from verbalizing toxic narratives about the person to others, as this only reinforces the mental patterns. Right action, sama kamanta. This involves engaging in wholesome actions that support awareness and release attachment. In a practical sense, it might mean creating healthy boundaries around activities that trigger obsessive thinking, e.g., limiting social media checking of their profiles, avoiding places that hold strong, unhelpful associations. It also involves consciously creating new routines or engaging in activities that bring you fully into the present moment, rather than allowing your actions to be dictated by the persistent thoughts. It's about aligning your behavior with your intention for freedom. Right livelihood, sama ajiva. While broader in scope concerning one's profession, this aspect encourages creating overall life conditions and a way of living that supports mental well-being and clarity. If your livelihood or general lifestyle constantly exacerbates your mental turmoil or promotes clinging, addressing this can create a more conducive inner and outer environment for cultivating peace and releasing obsessive patterns. A chaotic or stressful environment can easily feed persistent thoughts. Right effort, sama vayama. This is the balanced energy of presence, neither suppressing thoughts with excessive forceful willpower, which fuels them through resistance, nor indulging them by getting lost in their narratives, which fuels them through engagement. It's the middle way in action, the effort to prevent unwholesome states from arising, abandon those that have arisen, develop wholesome states, and maintain those that have arisen. It's the conscious, gentle, yet persistent energy of redirecting attention with kindness away from unwholesome rumination and towards wholesome presence. Right mindfulness, sama sati. This is the heart of the practice, a cornerstone of Buddhist meditation. It's the clear, non-judgmental awareness of thoughts as they arise, persist, and pass away without getting caught in their content. It's simply noticing, a thought of X is arising. Now it's changing. Now it's passing. This steady, bare awareness is the ground for all other practices. It allows you to observe the mental traffic without getting into any of the cars. Right concentration, sama samadhi. This is the deepening and sustained application of mindfulness, leading to a calm, unified, and stable mind that can see things with profound insight. It's the steady focus that allows you to stay present with awareness rather than getting lost in the distracting content of thoughts. As concentration deepens, the mind becomes less agitated and more capable of discerning the true nature of phenomena, including persistent thoughts. Together, these 8 aspects of the path offer a comprehensive approach to working with persistent thoughts, not as isolated techniques, but as different facets of a unified way of being. They remind us that freedom from obsessive thinking isn't achieved through sheer force of will or clever psychological strategies alone, but through a fundamental and profound shift in how we relate to our own experience, guided by wisdom and compassion. Non-identification, freedom from the grip of thought. This transformative shift in relationship is beautifully captured in a teaching from the Zen tradition. The Great Way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. This seemingly simple statement holds immense power. As long as you're preferring not to think about someone, as long as you're judging these thoughts as problems to be eliminated, you remain caught in the very dynamic that sustains them, the dualistic struggle between what is and what should be. When you drop these rigid preferences and learn to meet each thought with the same clear, open, non-judgmental awareness, regardless of its content, the great way of freedom naturally reveals itself. This doesn't mean you won't still have preferences at a relative conventional level. Of course, you'd rather not be consumed by thoughts of someone who causes you pain or discomfort. But at a deeper, more fundamental level, you can learn to meet whatever arises with the same quality of presence, neither pushing away the unwanted nor grasping at the preferred. This equanimity is not indifference. It's the balanced presence that allows you to respond wisely to all experiences rather than reacting habitually. A meditation teacher described it this way: freedom is not found in the absence of challenging thoughts and emotions, but in their presence met with awareness. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing your freedom. Paradoxically, they're providing a unique opportunity to discover what true freedom really is, not the absence of particular experiences, but the profound presence of a vast open awareness that can hold all experiences without being defined or confined by any of them. This understanding radically transforms how you measure progress in working with persistent thoughts. Rather than counting how often the person comes to mind or how quickly you can banish thoughts of them, you begin to notice how your relationship with these thoughts is changing. Are you less identified with them? Can you hold them with more spaciousness? Do they carry less emotional charge? Are you less caught in the stories about what they mean about you? These subtle yet profound shifts in relationship are the true markers of growing freedom and inner peace. There's a beautiful teaching story that illustrates this. A student complained to his meditation teacher, "I've been practicing for years, but I still have disturbing thoughts." The teacher took him to a busy road and asked, "Do you hear the traffic?" The student said, "Yes, of course." The teacher asked, "Is the traffic inside your head or outside?" The student replied, "Outside, obviously." The teacher smiled and said, "Exactly. And you can learn to relate to your thoughts the same way. They're just traffic passing by. You don't need to eliminate the traffic. You just need to stop mistaking it for who you are. This profound shift in perspective from identifying with thoughts to recognizing them as mere traffic moving through awareness is at the heart of Buddhist practice. It doesn't make the traffic disappear, but it fundamentally transforms your relationship with it. The person who won't leave your thoughts is just one vehicle in this mental traffic, no more defining or problematic than any other thought passing through the boundless space of awareness. Living liberated beyond thoughts into boundless awareness. Having journeyed through the 7 profound reasons why someone might persist in your thoughts and extensively explored the practical Buddhist paths of transforming that experience, from cultivating awareness and embracing the middle way to understanding impermanence and applying the Eightfold Path, we now arrive at the ultimate destination, living liberated. This isn't about eradicating all thoughts from your mind or achieving a state of perpetual blankness. Such a goal is both impossible and undesirable. Instead, it's about recognizing and resting in the profound freedom that is always available, even amidst the most persistent mental activity and the busiest moments of life. It's about discovering your true nature as boundless awareness, untouched by the transient contents of the mind. One of the most powerful and transformative practices, especially relevant as we move towards living liberation, is the Tibetan Buddhist practice of Tonglen, often translated as sending and taking, or giving and receiving. This practice is a radical method for transforming suffering, not by avoiding it, but by engaging with it directly and compassionately. Instead of trying to get rid of the painful thoughts, which often amplifies them by creating resistance, you intentionally engage with them through the breath. As you inhale, you imagine breathing in all the suffering, the heaviness, the constriction, the fear, the anger, and the longing. Not just your own personal pain associated with the persistent thought, but also the pain of everyone who has ever suffered from similar thoughts, from similar attachments, losses, or unresolved emotions. You visualize absorbing all that discomfort, turning it into spaciousness within your heart. And as you exhale, you imagine sending out relief, spaciousness, compassion, peace, and well-being to all beings caught in obsessive thinking, including yourself and the person who occupies your thoughts. This practice is a radical act of empathy and courage, breaking down the perceived barrier between self and other. It transforms the isolating experience of personal suffering into a profound connection. The pain of persistent thoughts about someone is no longer just your private burden, a unique torment you must bear alone in silent struggle. It's recognized as part of the universal human experience of attachment loss, longing aversion, and the fundamental dissatisfaction with things being other than what we desire. By consciously connecting your personal suffering to this wider, shared dimension of human experience, the thoughts lose some of their intensely personal sting and become a gateway to profound compassion, both for yourself who is experiencing this suffering and for countless others who are undoubtedly navigating their own forms of pain. A teacher might articulate this practice by guiding when you feel the sharp, insistent pain of obsessive thinking. Remember that countless others feel this exact same pain right now in this very moment. Breathe in for all of us, courageously acknowledging our shared human struggle, our collective vulnerability. breathe out, sending relief, lightness, and spaciousness to everyone caught in these thought patterns, releasing the burden. This practice doesn't magically eliminate thoughts about the person, but it radically changes their meaning and impact from a source of personal torment into a bridge of compassion connecting you with humanity's shared heart. This compassionate connection, in turn, subtly yet powerfully reduces the isolating and binding grip of the thoughts, allowing them to soften and eventually release their compulsive hold. This connection with others points to another essential Buddhist teaching for working with persistent thoughts, the understanding that you are not alone in this struggle. The Buddha himself acknowledged that difficult thoughts and emotions arise for everyone, even for those with years of meditation practice and profound wisdom. What distinguishes the wise practitioner is not the absence of such thoughts, but the skillful way they're met with clear awareness, rather than unconscious identification, with boundless compassion rather than harsh judgment. There's a beautiful teaching from the Thai forest tradition that captures this. The untrained mind is like a dog that chases every stick thrown. It runs here and there, exhausting itself in pursuit of fleeting objects. The trained mind sees the stick but doesn't chase it. It stays at ease in its own nature. This doesn't mean the trained mind no longer sees the stick thoughts of the person still arise. They are still perceived, but it no longer feels compelled to chase after them, to elaborate on them, or to define itself by them. This capacity to see without chasing develops gradually through consistent practice. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts about someone and gently return to awareness, you're strengthening neural pathways of presence that gradually become more accessible than the old, well-worn pathways of obsession. It's like building a new trail through a dense forest. At first, the old path of obsessive thinking is wide and well-worn, easy to fall into without realizing it, almost an unconscious reflex. The new path of aware presence is barely visible, perhaps just a faint track, requiring conscious effort and deliberate attention to follow. But with consistent practice, each time you choose the new path, it becomes a little clearer, a little wider, a little more established. Eventually, it may become the default route, the way your mind naturally moves when thoughts of this person arise, seeking awareness first. This entire process embodies what Buddhism calls bhavana, or cultivation, the gradual deliberate development of beneficial qualities and habits of mind through intentional practice. Rather than expecting instant results or harshly beating yourself up when old patterns reemerge, which is a natural and inevitable part of the healing process. You recognize that transformation is a gradual, organic process of cultivation, much like growing a garden from seeds. A meditation teacher used this metaphor to illustrate the essence of trust in the natural process of growth. When planting a garden, you don't dig up the seeds every day to see if they're growing yet. You create the right conditions, good soil, adequate water, and sunlight protection from extreme conditions, and then trust the natural process of growth. Working with persistent thoughts is strikingly similar. You cultivate conditions of kind awareness, compassion, and wise understanding through consistent practice. And then you trust the mind's natural healing process to unfold in its own organic timing without forcing or demanding a specific outcome. This trust in the mind's inherent natural healing capacity is itself a profound form of practice, a relinquishing of the need for rigid control. Rather than trying to force unwanted thoughts out of mind through sheer willpower, you create conditions where healing and integration can occur organically. These conditions include regular meditation practice, which cultivates inner space and stability, mindful awareness in daily life, which sharpens your perception of mental states, cultivation of compassion for yourself and others, which softens the heart's resistance, and deepening understanding of the impermanent, interdependent nature of all phenomena, which releases rigid clinging. As you consistently create these conditions, the relationship with persistent thoughts gradually transforms. What once felt like an invasion becomes an invitation. What once seemed like an insurmountable obstacle becomes a profound opportunity. The very thoughts that tormented you become doorways to freedom when met with awareness rather than resistance. And this freedom, this innate spaciousness of being, is what Buddhist practice points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or strenuous striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. Paradoxically, they're providing a unique opportunity to discover it more fully. So now, it's your turn. Which teaching from these ancient Buddhist wisdom traditions speaks most directly to your heart? Which insight feels like the one you needed most right now in your own journey with persistent thoughts? The path to liberation from obsessive thinking is not about erasing memories or suppressing emotions. It's about fundamentally changing your relationship with your inner experience. It's about recognizing the wisdom that lies within the challenge and understanding that even the most persistent thoughts can become allies on your journey towards profound freedom and clarity. This comprehensive exploration of persistent thoughts through the lens of Buddhist wisdom has provided tools not just for coping, but for genuine transformation. The ultimate goal isn't to silence the mind completely, but to recognize the boundless awareness in which all thoughts arise and pass like clouds in the sky. This awareness is your true nature, always present, always clear, untouched by the passing weather of mental phenomena. This recognition of your true nature as awareness itself, rather than as the content of awareness, is the very heart of Buddhist practice. It's not a conceptual understanding, but a direct lived experience that becomes increasingly accessible through consistent practice. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're remembering who you truly are beyond all mental constructions. This remembering isn't a one-time event. It's a continuous process of forgetting and remembering getting lost in thoughts and waking up from their spell, identifying with mental stories, and recognizing the awareness that holds all stories. This is the practice not achieving some perfect state of thought-free consciousness, but cultivating the capacity to return to awareness again and again, regardless of what thoughts are present. A meditation teacher described it this way: the path is not about reaching a destination where certain thoughts never arise. It's about developing the capacity to meet whatever arises with clear, compassionate awareness. This capacity is always available, even in the midst of the most persistent thinking. It's not something you have to create or achieve. It's your natural state beneath the surface of mental activity. This natural state is what Buddhism points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. They're providing an opportunity to discover it more fully. This unconditional freedom is what Buddhism points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. They're providing an opportunity to discover what true freedom really is. A meditation teacher expressed it this way: the thoughts you're trying to eliminate are the very doorway to the freedom you seek, not because the thoughts themselves are freedom, but because the awareness that knows these thoughts is already free. Each time you notice, "I'm thinking about them again," you're simultaneously recognizing the awareness that is not bound by these thoughts. That recognition itself is the taste of freedom. This taste of freedom becomes increasingly familiar through practice until you no longer measure your well-being by the presence or absence of particular thoughts, but by your capacity to rest in awareness, regardless of what thoughts arise. The person who once seemed to have such power over your mind becomes simply one more appearance in consciousness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. This doesn't mean you become cold or indifferent to the relationship or its impact on you. It means you're no longer defined or controlled by it. You can honor the significance of this person in your journey while simultaneously recognizing that your true nature is not dependent on any relationship or experience. This balanced perspective allows both genuine human feeling and spiritual freedom. A Zen story illustrates this beautifully. A monk who had been practicing for many years was asked if he still experienced difficult emotions. "Of course," he replied. "Then what's the difference between you and someone who doesn't practice?" the questioner asked. The monk said, "For someone who doesn't practice, when anger arises, they become anger. When desire arises, they become desire. When fear arises, they become fear. For me, when anger arises, I know this is anger arising. When desire arises, I know this is desire arising. When fear arises, I know this is fear arising. I experience these emotions fully, but I don't become them." In the same way, when thoughts of someone arise in your mind, you can know these are thoughts arising without becoming identified with them as my thoughts that define who you are. This simple but profound shift in perspective from being thoughts to knowing thoughts is the heart of Buddhist practice. This knowing is not intellectual analysis, but direct recognition. The clear awareness that registers thinking is happening without getting caught in the content of thought. This awareness is always present, even in the midst of the most persistent thinking. It's like the screen on which all mental movies play, always there regardless of whether the movie is a light-hearted comedy or an intense drama. Recognizing yourself as this awareness, rather than as the content of awareness, is what Buddhism calls taking refuge in Buddha nature, not as a religious belief, but as a direct experience of your true nature beyond all mental constructions. This refuge is always available, regardless of what thoughts or emotions are moving through consciousness. A teacher described it this way: the next time thoughts of this person arise, instead of focusing on the thoughts themselves, notice the awareness that knows these thoughts are happening. Rest in that awareness, allowing thoughts to come and go without following or resisting them. This awareness is your true nature, already free, regardless of what appears within it. This resting in awareness is not a technique to make unwanted thoughts disappear. It's a recognition of what's already true, that you are not defined or limited by any thought, emotion, or experience, no matter how persistent or powerful it seems. The person who won't leave your thoughts has no power to confine the boundless awareness that is your true nature. As this recognition deepens through practice, there's a natural relaxation of the struggle with persistent thoughts. They may still arise, but they no longer create the same suffering because you're no longer identified with them or fighting against them. They become simply one more appearance in the vast field of awareness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. This doesn't mean you become indifferent to your human experience or to the relationship that these thoughts represent. It means you hold this experience within a larger context of understanding, one that includes both the personal dimension of feelings and memories and the transpersonal dimension of awareness itself. A meditation teacher expressed it beautifully. You can honor the significance of this person in your journey while simultaneously recognizing that your true nature is not dependent on any relationship or experience. This balanced perspective allows both genuine human feeling and spiritual freedom. This balance is the heart of Buddhist wisdom, not transcending human experience in favor of some disembodied spiritual state, but discovering freedom right in the midst of our ordinary lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not an obstacle to this discovery, but an opportunity to realize what true freedom really is. A Zen master captured this with elegant simplicity. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Before awakening, thoughts of this person arise. After awakening, thoughts of this person may still arise. The difference is not in the presence or absence of particular experiences, but in how they're met with identification and resistance, or with clear, compassionate awareness. This clear awareness doesn't eliminate thoughts about the person, but it transforms their meaning and impact. What once felt like a prison of obsession becomes simply one more aspect of the ever-changing flow of consciousness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. The person who once dominated your mental landscape becomes just one of many characters passing through the movie of awareness. And as this perspective deepens through practice, something unexpected often happens. The thoughts that once seemed so persistent and troubling gradually begin to loosen their grip naturally, without any effort to eliminate them. Not because you've forced them out of mind, but because you've stopped feeding them with the energy of identification and resistance. Like a fire that naturally dies down when no longer fueled, thoughts about this person gradually become less compelling when no longer fed by your struggle against them. This natural fading is not the same as suppression or avoidance. It's the organic result of seeing clearly that these thoughts are simply movements in consciousness rather than defining realities. When you no longer treat them as problems to be solved or enemies to be vanquished, they gradually lose their power to disturb your peace. A Zen master captured this with elegant simplicity. What you fight, you strengthen. What you resist persists. What you meet with awareness transforms. When you stop fighting persistent thoughts and instead meet them with clear, compassionate awareness, they gradually transform from apparent enemies into allies on the path of awakening. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, especially with deeply conditioned thought patterns about significant relationships. Buddhist practice emphasizes patience and persistence qualities that become themselves objects of cultivation. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're strengthening neural pathways of presence that gradually become more accessible than the old pathways of obsession. Think of it like creating a new trail through a dense forest. At first, the old path of obsessive thinking is wide and well-worn, easy to fall into without realizing it. The new path of aware presence is barely visible, requiring conscious effort to follow. But with consistent practice each time you choose the new path, it becomes a little clearer, a little more established. Eventually, it may become the default route, the way your mind naturally moves when thoughts of this person arise. This process embodies what Buddhism calls bhavana, or cultivation, the gradual development of beneficial qualities and habits of mind through intentional practice. Rather than expecting instant results or beating yourself up when old patterns reemerge, you recognize that transformation is a gradual process like growing a garden from seeds. A meditation teacher used this metaphor. When planting a garden, you don't dig up the seeds every day to see if they're growing yet. You create the right conditions, good soil, adequate water, and sunlight protection from extreme conditions, and then trust the natural process of growth. Working with persistent thoughts is similar. You create conditions of awareness, compassion, and wise understanding, and then trust the natural healing process to unfold in its own time. This trust in the natural healing process is itself a form of practice. Rather than trying to force unwanted thoughts out of mind through sheer willpower, you create conditions where healing and integration can occur organically. These conditions include regular meditation practice, mindful awareness in daily life, cultivation of compassion for yourself and others, and deepening understanding of the impermanent interconnected nature of all phenomena. As you create these conditions consistently, the relationship with persistent thoughts gradually transforms. What once felt like an invasion becomes an invitation. What once seemed like an obstacle becomes an opportunity. The very thoughts that tormented you become doorways to freedom when met with awareness rather than resistance. And this freedom is what Buddhist practice points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. They're providing an opportunity to discover it more fully. So now, it's your turn. Which teaching from these ancient Buddhist wisdom traditions speaks most directly to your heart? Which insight feels like the one you needed most right now in your own journey with persistent thoughts? The path to liberation from obsessive thinking is not about erasing memories or suppressing emotions. It's about fundamentally changing your relationship with your inner experience. It's about recognizing the wisdom that lies within the challenge and understanding that even the most persistent thoughts can be allies on your journey towards profound freedom and clarity. The ongoing journey, sustaining practice and cultivating patience. The journey of transforming your relationship with persistent thoughts and indeed with all mental phenomena is not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of cultivation. Having explored the specific reasons for these thoughts and the initial practical steps, it becomes crucial to understand how to sustain these practices over the long term. Liberation is not a one-time event that erases all future challenges. It is a deepening capacity to meet whatever arises with wisdom and compassion. This continuous effort requires two fundamental qualities: patience khanti and persistence virya. Patience in the face of recurrence. In the early stages of practice, especially when dealing with deeply ingrained thought patterns or significant relationships, it's natural for persistent thoughts to resurface even after moments of profound insight. You might experience clarity, a sense of release, and then a day, a week, or a month later, the familiar thought pattern returns with surprising intensity. This can be profoundly discouraging, leading to self-judgment. I thought I was over this. My practice isn't working. I'm still stuck. However, Buddhist wisdom views such recurrences not as failures, but as further opportunities for practice. They are merely an indication that the mental conditioning is deep-seated and the layers are still unfolding. Patience here means refraining from adding a second layer of suffering. The first layer is the thought itself and perhaps the pain or longing it carries. The second layer is your reaction to having the thought, your frustration, self-criticism, or despair. When the thought returns instead of fighting it, you acknowledge its presence with patience. This is the patience of a farmer who understands that seeds don't sprout overnight and fruits don't ripen instantly. The farmer prepares the soil plants, the seeds provides water and sunlight, and then patiently waits, trusting the natural process. Similarly, you have laid the groundwork through understanding the reasons and applying initial practices. Now the task is to maintain the conditions for growth rather than demanding immediate and complete eradication of the weeds. This patience extends to understanding the very nature of mind. The mind having been conditioned for years, even decades, to respond in certain ways, to cling, to resist, to ruminate, will not change its habits instantaneously. It's like a river that has carved a deep channel over centuries. Redirecting its flow takes sustained effort and time. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently, patiently return to awareness, you are subtly yet powerfully redirecting that river's course. You are strengthening new neural pathways of presence and non-identification, gradually making them more accessible and dominant than the old pathways of obsession. Persistence, the gentle, continuous effort, alongside patience, persistence virya, is crucial. This isn't a harsh, forceful striving that leads to burnout. Rather, it's a gentle, continuous effort, the steady application of mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom in every moment. Think of it like creating a new trail through a dense forest. At first, the old path of obsessive thinking is wide and well-worn, almost an automatic route your mind falls into without realizing it. The new path of aware presence, of non-judgmental observation, is barely visible, perhaps just a faint track, requiring conscious effort and deliberate attention to follow. But with consistent practice, each time you choose the new path, it becomes a little clearer, a little wider, a little more established. Eventually, it may become the default route, the way your mind naturally moves when thoughts of this person arise, seeking awareness first before falling into old habits. This process embodies what Buddhism calls bhavana, or cultivation, the gradual, deliberate development of beneficial qualities and habits of mind through intentional practice. Rather than expecting instant magical results or harshly beating yourself up when old patterns reemerge, which is a natural and inevitable part of any deep psychological or spiritual process, you recognize that transformation is a gradual process of cultivation, much like nurturing a garden from seeds. A meditation teacher used this very metaphor to illustrate the essence of trust in the natural process. When planting a garden, you don't dig up the seeds every day to see if they're growing yet. You prepare the soil plant, the seeds provide water, and sunlight protect them from extreme conditions, and then trust the natural process of growth. You don't force the sprout, you create the conditions for it to emerge. Working with persistent thoughts is strikingly similar. You consciously create conditions of kind awareness, self-compassion, and wise understanding through consistent practice. And then you trust the mind's inherent, natural healing capacity to unfold in its own organic timing. This trust in the mind's inherent ability to heal and integrate is itself a profound form of practice, a relinquishing of the need for rigid control. Rather than trying to force unwanted thoughts out of mind through sheer willpower, you create conditions where healing and integration can occur organically. These conditions include regular meditation practice, which cultivates inner space and stability, mindful awareness in daily life, which sharpens your perception of mental states as they arise, cultivation of compassion for yourself and others, which softens the heart's resistance, and a deepening understanding of the impermanent, interdependent nature of all phenomena, which releases rigid clinging. As you consistently create these conditions, the relationship with persistent thoughts gradually transforms. What once felt like an invasion becomes an invitation. What once seemed like an insurmountable obstacle becomes a profound opportunity. The very thoughts that tormented you become doorways to freedom when met with awareness rather than resistance. And this freedom, this innate spaciousness of being, is what Buddhist practice points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or strenuous striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. Paradoxically, they're providing a unique and potent opportunity to discover it more fully. They are the friction that polishes the gem of your awareness beyond the self, the role of community and compassion in liberation. While the journey of understanding and transforming persistent thoughts often feels intensely personal, a solitary struggle within the confines of one's own mind, Buddhist wisdom consistently reminds us that our liberation is inextricably linked to a broader context, the interconnectedness of all beings, and the profound role of community sangha. True freedom isn't found in isolated self-perfection, but in realizing our inherent connection to others and cultivating universal compassion. This expansion of perspective can be incredibly potent in alleviating the burden of obsessive thinking, as it shifts the focus from a purely personal problem to a shared human experience. The power of Sangha, a supportive environment for practice. Just as we discussed the importance of auditing your external and internal environment in earlier parts, the spiritual environment, or Sangha, plays a critical role in sustaining practice. Sangha, in its broadest sense, refers to the community of practitioners, those who walk the path alongside you, offering support, wisdom, and a sense of shared purpose. You don't need to join a monastery. Sangha can be a meditation group, a wise teacher, a supportive friend, or even an online community dedicated to mindful living. The value of such a community, even if loosely formed, is immense. When caught in the grip of persistent thoughts, there's a natural tendency towards isolation. We might feel ashamed to believe our thoughts are unique in their torment or fear judgment if we reveal our inner struggles. This isolation, however, only feeds the obsessive loop. A supportive Sangha provides a space where you feel understood and less alone. Hearing others share similar struggles or simply being met with empathetic listening can dissolve the sense of unique burden. The realization that I am not the only one who feels this way is profoundly liberating. You receive encouragement and guidance. When your own patience wanes or your insights falter, the wisdom and experience of others can offer fresh perspectives and gentle reminders and renewed motivation. A teacher or a seasoned practitioner can offer tailored advice, helping you see the patterns in your thoughts that you might miss on your own. You are reminded of the bigger picture. In the self-absorbed intensity of obsessive thoughts, it's easy to lose sight of the broader aims of practice, liberation, compassion, wisdom. Sangha serves as a constant reminder, pulling you out of the narrow focus of your individual suffering and back into the universal aspiration for awakening. You learn through shared experience, observing how others skillfully navigate their challenges, witnessing their transformations, and participating in shared practices like group meditation or Dharma discussions can deepen your own understanding and strengthen your resolve. The Sangha therefore acts as a fertile ground, nurturing the seeds of awareness and compassion that you are cultivating. It's a living reminder that the path is not a solitary journey, but one woven into the fabric of human interconnectedness, compassion beyond self, extending metta to the universal. We previously discussed metta loving kindness meditation as a tool for transforming aversion and releasing attachment to the person in your thoughts. Now let's expand this practice to its universal dimension, realizing its profound implications for liberation. Compassion karuna in Buddhism is not merely sympathy. It is the active desire for all beings to be free from suffering, coupled with the commitment to alleviate that suffering. When you practice metta, you begin by cultivating loving kindness for yourself. May I be happy, may I be free from suffering. This is vital, as self-compassion is the foundation for genuine compassion for others. Often persistent thoughts are accompanied by harsh self-judgment. Why am I still thinking about this? I'm so weak, obsessed. This self-criticism is a form of suffering that can be met with metta. Instead of berating yourself, you can mentally offer, may I be free from this suffering of judgment. May I be kind to myself in this moment. This internal shift disarms the secondary suffering. From self-compassion, you expand metta to loved ones, to neutral persons, and then crucially to the person who occupies your thoughts, especially if they are a source of pain or conflict. This extension of metta to difficult individuals may seem counterintuitive. Why would you send loving kindness to someone who caused you suffering? The wisdom here is multifaceted. It releases your own aversion. Holding on to resentment, anger, or blame primarily harms the one who holds it. Extending metta is not condoning their actions, but letting go of the internal poison that binds you to them in a negative loop. It frees your heart. It recognizes shared humanity. At a fundamental level, all beings seek happiness and wish to avoid suffering. By wishing them well, you acknowledge the shared aspiration, breaking down the illusion of complete separation and fostering empathy. You see them as a human being caught in their own conditioning just like you. It creates space for forgiveness. While forgiveness cannot be forced, the practice of metta creates the fertile ground from which genuine forgiveness of yourself and others can naturally arise. It softens the heart, allowing the rigid narrative of right and wrong to become more permeable. It transforms the meaning of the thought. When a thought of the person arises and you respond with a conscious intention of metta, the thought begins to change its energetic quality. It's no longer purely a trigger for pain or craving, but an opportunity to practice compassion, turning a potential source of suffering into a vehicle for awakening. The thought itself becomes a reminder to offer kindness. The practice of universal compassion extends beyond specific individuals to all beings. Imagining countless beings, known and unknown, and wishing them all happiness and freedom from suffering cultivates a boundless heart. When your mind is vast enough to embrace all beings with loving kindness, the particularity of any single persistent thought begins to diminish in its oppressive power. It is held within a much larger container of universal well-being, losing its capacity to dominate your consciousness. This expansion of compassion makes the personal burden feel lighter as you realize your struggle is part of a grander interconnected human story. Interconnectedness, the web of life. This leads us to another fundamental Buddhist teaching, directly relevant to why someone won't leave your thoughts: the profound understanding of dependent origination, pratyasamutpada, or interdependence. No person, no event, no thought exists as a separate independent entity. Each of us is a node in a vast, intricate web of relationships, conditions, and causes constantly arising and passing away in mutual reliance. The person you're thinking about was shaped by countless influences: their parents, their culture, their life experiences, their genetics, and their unique conditioning, just as you were. When we see others and ourselves through this lens of interdependence, there's a natural softening of rigid judgments and fixed identities. The person who might have hurt you was themselves conditioned by factors beyond their complete control, acting from their own set of understandings, limitations, and sufferings. The qualities that attracted you to someone were not solely theirs, but arose from the complex interaction of many conditions, including your own predispositions and projections. And your own persistent thoughts are similarly conditioned, not personal failings or random torments, but natural movements of a mind shaped by past experiences and current conditions. This perspective doesn't eliminate personal responsibility for actions or choices, but it places it within a wider, more compassionate context of understanding. It allows you to hold both yourself and the other person with greater compassion, recognizing that we're all caught in these intricate webs of conditioning, doing our best or what we're conditioned to do with the consciousness available to us at any given moment. A Buddhist teacher expressed this beautifully. If you want to understand why you keep thinking about someone, look deeply into the nature of your own mind. If you want to understand your own mind, look deeply into everything that has shaped it. And if you want to understand what has shaped your mind, look deeply into the entire universe, for there is nothing that is not connected to your experience. This vast perspective can be profoundly liberating when caught in seemingly personal obsessions. The thoughts that feel so intimate and defining are actually movements in a much larger field of interconnectedness, connected to countless conditions beyond what we typically consider personal. Seeing this doesn't make the thoughts disappear, but it helps us hold them more lightly, with less identification and with significantly less suffering. It expands your mental container, allowing the thoughts to float within a vaster space of understanding. Deepening insight, understanding non-self, anatta, in everyday awareness. As we expand our understanding of interconnectedness and universal compassion, we are naturally led to one of the most transformative, yet often challenging core teachings of Buddhism, anatta, or the doctrine of non-self. This profound insight strikes at the very root of our conventional ingrained perception of self, which is often a significant fuel for persistent thoughts and the suffering they entail. It states that there is no permanent, unchanging, independent self, I, or soul that inherently exists as a fixed entity behind our experiences. This isn't a nihilistic denial of our individual existence or personality, but rather an understanding of the way things exist, as dynamic, interdependent processes rather than solid, separate substances. Our conventional experience, however, is dominated by the powerful illusion of a separate, enduring self. We feel like a distinct I who has thoughts, feels emotions, experiences memories, and relates to a fixed them. This deeply ingrained habit of solidifying phenomena extends to our perception of others as well. The person who haunts your thoughts often feels incredibly real, distinct, and unchanging in your mind, a solid entity to whom you are bound by memory, love, or resentment. It is precisely this belief in a fixed self and a fixed other that creates the rigid boundaries where persistent thoughts can take root and flourish. The suffering around these thoughts comes largely from believing in two solid entities, me existing solidly in here as an unchanging self, and them existing solidly out there as an unchanging other, and then based on this dualistic illusion, creating endless narratives and elaborate stories about what should or should not happen between these supposedly separate fixed beings. This rigid belief in inherent separate existence creates the very ground for clinging aversion, fear, and deep dissatisfaction. If I am a fixed self and they are a fixed other, and there is a problem between us, then that problem also feels solid fixed and terrifyingly real, perpetuating our suffering. Anatta, therefore, is not a denial of experience, but a deconstruction of the solidity we project onto it. Buddhist meditation practices actively invite us to look more closely, to inquire deeply into the nature of this perceived solidity, not as an intellectual exercise, but as a direct embodied experience. When you meticulously examine the thoughts themselves, the very substance of your obsession, you begin to discover that they are not solid, immutable things at all. Instead, they are momentary appearances in the vast open field of awareness, arising, changing, and passing away like ephemeral waves on the boundless ocean without leaving a permanent, substantial trace. They are not concrete objects you possess or have, but transient events that happen. Furthermore, the you whose thinking is occurring is not a fixed, unchanging entity either, but rather a flowing, dynamic process comprised of fleeting sensations, perceptions, and ever-changing consciousness. There is no enduring thinker separate from the thought. There is just the process of thinking. Even the person you are incessantly thinking about is not the static fixed character your mind has rigidly constructed or the one frozen in your memory. They too are a complex, ever-evolving, and impermanent being far beyond the confines of your mental image. As this profound understanding of anatta and impermanence, anicca, deepens through direct lived experience, not just intellectual understanding, the entrenched sense of being a separate, isolated self, constantly haunted by thoughts of another equally separate self, naturally begins to dissolve. The rigid boundaries between me and them, and between the thinker and the thought, become permeable, revealing their constructed nature. What remains increasingly clearly is simply awareness itself, a vast, open, luminous, and inherently free space in which all experiences, including thoughts of this person, arise and pass effortlessly without creating a problem or leaving a lasting imprint. This awareness is not a thing you possess or a separate entity observing. It is the fundamental nature of your being, always present, always clear, unconditioned by what appears within it. This is the radical freedom that anatta points to. A Zen master eloquently described this transformative shift. Before I studied Zen mountains were mountains and rivers were rivers. While studying Zen mountains were no longer mountains and rivers were no longer rivers. After enlightenment, mountains are mountains and rivers are rivers again. This profound analogy applies perfectly to our perception of self and others and the thoughts that bind us. Before engaging in deep spiritual practice, we perceive ourselves and others as solid, independent entities, separate and distinct. Mountains are mountains. During the practice, as we deconstruct these perceptions and recognize their constructed nature, we begin to see the fluid, interconnected, and impermanent nature of all phenomena, where mountains are no longer mountains in their fixed, conceptualized form. Their ultimate emptiness is revealed, and in the profound awakening of enlightenment, we relate to people naturally, once more recognizing their unique forms and functions. Mountains are mountains again, but crucially without the pervasive illusion of solid separation that is the root cause of all suffering. This direct experience of anatta dissolves the rigid boundaries, liberating your mind from the grip of self-created suffering. The persistent thoughts seen through the lens of non-self are no longer personal burdens, but rather a direct pointer to the fundamental nature of reality itself, a reality of interconnectedness, impermanence, and boundless awareness beyond fixed identities. This shift in perspective, from identifying with thoughts, seeing them as mine and definitive of me, to recognizing them as mere traffic moving through awareness, is at the heart of Buddhist practice. It doesn't make the traffic disappear, but it fundamentally transforms your relationship with it. The person who won't leave your thoughts is just one vehicle in this mental traffic, no more defining or problematic than any other thought passing through the boundless space of awareness. The absence of a fixed thinker. One of the most powerful applications of anatta in working with persistent thoughts is the inquiry into who is the thinker of these thoughts. When you say, "I can't stop thinking about them," who is the ahs that seems separate from and troubled by these thoughts? Is there really a separate solid self who owns or controls the thinking process, a central command center? Or is that very sense of a separate self actually constructed by thought, itself a mental appearance, a concept arising in awareness, just like the thoughts about the other person? Buddhist meditation invites us to investigate this question directly, not as mere philosophical speculation, but as a living, embodied experience. When thoughts of someone arise, can you notice the subtle sense of I that seems to be thinking them? Can you observe how this I is itself a mental construction, a thought arising in awareness, just like the thoughts about the other person? This investigation into the very nature of self touches upon the core of anatta. It is the profound understanding that what we habitually take to be a solid, continuous, independent self is actually a dynamic process, a perpetual flow of changing experiences, sensations, perceptions, formations, consciousness without a fixed center or a singular controller. The sense of being a separate self, thinking about another separate self, is merely an appearance in consciousness, not ultimate reality. As this liberating understanding deepens through direct lived experience, the entrenched sense of being an isolated solid self, constantly haunted by thoughts of another equally solid self, naturally begins to dissolve. The rigid boundaries between me and them, and between the thinker and the thought, become permeable, revealing their constructed nature. What remains increasingly clearly is simply pure awareness itself, a vast, open, luminous, and inherently free space in which all experiences, including thoughts of this person, arise and pass effortlessly without creating a problem or leaving a lasting imprint. This awareness is not a thing you possess or a separate entity observing. It is the fundamental nature of your being, always present, always clear, unconditioned by what appears within it. A Zen master eloquently expressed this with elegant simplicity. Let thoughts come and let thoughts go. Just don't serve them tea. This is not about trying to forcefully eliminate thoughts about someone, nor do you need to entertain them with elaborate stories and endless rumination. Instead, you can simply let them come and go in the vast open space of awareness without making them into a problem or an identity. This perspective doesn't mean dissociating from your experience or pretending not to care. It's not about becoming cold or detached from your feelings. Rather, it's about recognizing the fluid, impermanent nature of all experience, including your thoughts and emotions about this person. It's about seeing that you are not defined or limited by these thoughts, even when they persist with remarkable tenacity. This radical non-identification is the key to unlocking freedom, the practical Zen embodied wisdom, and overcoming obstacles. Having delved into the profound philosophical insights of non-self and emptiness, the challenge now lies in translating these abstract understandings into lived, practical experience. This requires an approach rooted in embodied wisdom, bringing the clarity of awareness into the direct felt experience of our body and mind, particularly when persistent thoughts arise. This section also explores common obstacles in practice and how to skillfully navigate them. Embodied presence, feeling your way through thoughts. Buddhist practice calls us to meet difficult experiences, not just intellectually, but with the whole body-mind. A meditation teacher described it this way: don't try to think your way out of painful thinking, feel your way through. This means that when thoughts of the person arise, instead of engaging in endless mental analysis or trying to suppress them, you shift your attention to where you feel the impact of these thoughts and emotions in your body. For instance, when a memory of the person triggers a pang of longing, where does that longing manifest physically? Is there a tightness in your chest, a knot in your stomach, a heat sensation in your face, tension in your jaw, or a sudden weakness in your knees? Bring gentle, curious attention to these physical sensations, allowing them to be exactly as they are, without judgment or resistance. As you meet the bodily experience with kind awareness, you'll often find that both the sensations and the thoughts naturally shift, release, or transform. This embodied approach acknowledges that our thoughts about someone aren't just abstract mental concepts, they are whole-body experiences involving sensations, emotions, images, and energy. By meeting the full-bodied experience directly rather than just getting lost in the mental storyline, you create conditions for natural integration and healing. This healing doesn't necessarily mean you'll never think of the person again. Instead, it means that when thoughts arise, they no longer carry the same intense charge or create the same suffering. They become simply one more appearance in the vast field of awareness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. The person who once dominated your mental landscape becomes just one of many characters passing through the movie of consciousness, observed with a peaceful distance. A Zen teacher expressed this with a simple but profound metaphor. Your mind is like the sky, and thoughts are like clouds passing through it. Some clouds are dark and stormy, others light and wispy, but none of them define or alter the sky itself. In the same way, thoughts about this person may still arise, but they don't define or limit the vast, boundless awareness that you are. This recognition of your true nature as awareness itself, rather than as the content of awareness, is the heart of Buddhist practice. It's not a conceptual understanding, but a direct experience that becomes increasingly accessible through consistent practice. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're remembering who you truly are beyond all mental constructions. This remembering isn't about achieving some special state or becoming someone different. It's about recognizing what's already true, that you are not defined or limited by any thought, emotion, or experience, no matter how persistent or powerful it seems. The person who won't leave your thoughts has no power to confine the boundless awareness that is your true nature. A teacher once shared this guidance: don't practice to get rid of thoughts or to become a different person. Practice to discover the freedom that's already here, regardless of what thoughts are present. This freedom is not conditional on the absence of particular experiences. It's the inherent nature of awareness itself, available in every moment, including those filled with thoughts of someone you wish you could forget. This unconditional freedom is what Buddhism points to as our birthright. It's not something to be achieved through struggle or striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. They're providing an opportunity to discover what true freedom really is. A meditation teacher expressed it this way: the thoughts you're trying to eliminate are the very doorway to the freedom you seek, not because the thoughts themselves are freedom, but because the awareness that knows these thoughts is already free. Each time you notice, "I'm thinking about them again," you're simultaneously recognizing the awareness that is not bound by these thoughts. That recognition itself is the taste of freedom. This taste of freedom becomes increasingly familiar through practice until you no longer measure your well-being by the presence or absence of particular thoughts, but by your capacity to rest in awareness, regardless of what thoughts arise. The person who once seemed to have such power over your mind becomes simply one more appearance in consciousness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. This doesn't mean you become cold or indifferent to the relationship or its impact on you. It means you're no longer defined or controlled by it. You can honor the significance of this person in your journey while simultaneously recognizing that your true nature is not dependent on any relationship or experience. This balanced perspective allows both genuine human feeling and spiritual freedom. A Zen story illustrates this beautifully. A monk who had been practicing for many years was asked if he still experienced difficult emotions. "Of course," he replied. "Then what's the difference between you and someone who doesn't practice?" the questioner asked. The monk said, "For someone who doesn't practice, when anger arises, so they become anger. When desire arises, they become desire. When fear arises, so they become fear. For me, when anger arises, I know this is anger arising. When desire arises, I know this is desire arising. When fear arises, I know this is fear arising. I experience these emotions fully, but I don't become them." In the same way, when thoughts of someone arise in your mind, you can know these are thoughts arising without becoming identified with them as my thoughts that define who you are. This simple but profound shift in perspective, from being thoughts to knowing thoughts, is the heart of Buddhist practice. This knowing is not intellectual analysis, but direct recognition. The clear awareness that registers thinking is happening without getting caught in the content of thought. This awareness is always present, even in the midst of the most persistent thinking. It's like the screen on which all mental movies play, always there, regardless of whether the movie is a light-hearted comedy or an intense drama. Recognizing yourself as this awareness, rather than as the content of awareness, is what Buddhism calls taking refuge in Buddha nature, not as a religious belief, but as a direct experience of your true nature beyond all mental constructions. This refuge is always available, regardless of what thoughts or emotions are moving through consciousness. A teacher described it this way: the next time thoughts of this person arise, instead of focusing on the thoughts themselves, notice the awareness that knows these thoughts are happening. Rest in that awareness, allowing thoughts to come and go without following or resisting them. This awareness is your true nature, already free, regardless of what appears within it. This resting in awareness is not a technique to make unwanted thoughts disappear. It's a recognition of what's already true, that you are not defined or limited by any thought, emotion, or experience, no matter how persistent or powerful it seems. The person who won't leave your thoughts has no power to confine the boundless awareness that is your true nature. As this recognition deepens through practice, there's a natural relaxation of the struggle with persistent thoughts. They may still arise, but they no longer create the same suffering because you're no longer identified with them or fighting against them. They become simply one more appearance in the vast field of awareness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. This doesn't mean you become indifferent to your human experience or to the relationship that these thoughts represent. It means you hold this experience within a larger context of understanding, one that includes both the personal dimension of feelings and memories and the transpersonal dimension of awareness itself. A meditation teacher expressed it beautifully. You can honor the significance of this person in your journey while simultaneously recognizing that your true nature is not dependent on any relationship or experience. This balanced perspective allows both genuine human feeling and spiritual freedom. This balance is the heart of Buddhist wisdom, not transcending human experience in favor of some disembodied spiritual state, but discovering freedom right in the midst of our ordinary lives with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not an obstacle to this discovery, but an opportunity to realize what true freedom really is. A Zen master captured this with elegant simplicity. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Before awakening, thoughts of this person arise. After awakening, thoughts of this person may still arise. The difference is not in the presence or absence of particular experiences, but in how they're met with identification and resistance, or with clear, compassionate awareness. This clear awareness doesn't eliminate thoughts about the person, but it transforms their meaning and impact. What once felt like a prison of obsession becomes simply one more aspect of the ever-changing flow of consciousness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. The person who once dominated your mental landscape becomes just one of many characters passing through the movie of awareness. And as this perspective deepens through practice, something unexpected often happens. The thoughts that once seemed so persistent and troubling gradually begin to loosen their grip naturally without any effort to eliminate them. Not because you've forced them out of mind, but because you've stopped feeding them with the energy of identification and resistance. Like a fire that naturally dies down when no longer fueled, thoughts about this person gradually become less compelling when no longer fed by your struggle against them. This natural fading is not the same as suppression or avoidance. It's the organic result of seeing clearly that these thoughts are simply movements in consciousness rather than defining realities. When you no longer treat them as problems to be solved or enemies to be vanquished, they gradually lose their power to disturb your peace. A Zen master captured this with elegant simplicity. What you fight, you strengthen. What you resist persists. What you meet with awareness transforms. When you stop fighting persistent thoughts and instead meet them with clear, compassionate awareness, they gradually transform from apparent enemies into allies on the path of awakening. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, especially with deeply conditioned thought patterns about significant relationships. Buddhist practice emphasizes patience and persistence qualities that become themselves objects of cultivation. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're strengthening neural pathways of presence that gradually become more accessible than the old pathways of obsession. Think of it like creating a new trail through a dense forest. At first, the old path of obsessive thinking is wide and well-worn, easy to fall into without realizing it. The new path of aware presence is barely visible, requiring conscious effort to follow. But with consistent practice, each time you choose the new path, it becomes a little clearer, a little more established. Eventually, it may become the default route, the way your mind naturally moves when thoughts of this person arise. This process embodies what Buddhism calls bhavana, or cultivation, the gradual development of beneficial qualities and habits of mind through intentional practice. Rather than expecting instant results or beating yourself up when old patterns reemerge, you recognize that transformation is a gradual process, like growing a garden from seeds. A meditation teacher used this metaphor: when planting a garden, you don't dig up the seeds every day to see if they're growing yet. You create the right conditions, good soil, adequate water, and sunlight protection from extreme conditions, and then trust the natural process of growth. Working with persistent thoughts is similar. You create conditions of awareness, compassion, and wise understanding, and then trust the natural healing process to unfold in its own time. This trust in the natural healing process is itself a form of practice. Rather than trying to force unwanted thoughts out of mind through sheer willpower, you create conditions where healing and integration can occur organically. These conditions include regular meditation practice, mindful awareness in daily life, cultivation of compassion for yourself and others, and deepening understanding of the impermanent, interconnected nature of all phenomena. As you create these conditions consistently, the relationship with persistent thoughts gradually transforms. What once felt like an invasion becomes an invitation. What once seemed like an obstacle becomes an opportunity. The very thoughts that tormented you become doorways to freedom when met with awareness rather than resistance. And this freedom is what Buddhist practice points to as our birthright, not something to be achieved through struggle or striving, but something to be recognized and remembered in the midst of our ordinary human lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not preventing you from claiming this birthright. They're providing an opportunity to discover it more fully. The unfolding freedom, living the Dharma beyond persistent thoughts. We've explored the intricate tapestry of why certain individuals stubbornly persist in our thoughts, delving into 7 profound reasons illuminated by Buddhist wisdom. From the deceptive embrace of attachment to the challenging depths of emptiness, we've seen how these mental visitors serve as messengers, guiding us toward deeper understanding and liberation. We've also meticulously examined practical approaches to engage with these thoughts, not as enemies, but as opportunities for profound inner transformation. Now, as we conclude this comprehensive journey, let's synthesize these insights and look at the unfolding of freedom, how living the Dharma extends beyond the specific challenge of persistent thoughts into every facet of our lives. The transformation we've discussed isn't about eradicating all thoughts from your mind or achieving a state of perpetual blankness. Such a goal is both impossible and ironically would lead to another form of suffering through striving and resistance. Instead, it's about recognizing and resting in the profound freedom that is always available even amidst the busiest mental activity and the most challenging moments of life. It's about discovering your true nature as boundless awareness, a spacious and luminous quality of being that is inherently untouched by the transient contents of the mind. This understanding is actively supported by practices like Tonglen or sending and taking. This radical approach to compassion shifts our orientation from self-centered suffering to universal connection. By intentionally breathing in the pain of obsessive thinking, not just our own, but that of all beings, and breathing out relief and spaciousness, we fundamentally transform the nature of the suffering. It's no longer just a personal burden, it becomes a bridge to shared humanity, diluting its intensity and fostering boundless compassion. This practice is a living testament to the interconnectedness we explored earlier, recognizing that at the deepest level, suffering is a shared experience. This connection with others reinforces a crucial truth: you are not alone in this struggle. The Buddha himself acknowledged that difficult thoughts and emotions arise for everyone, even for those with years of dedicated meditation practice. What truly distinguishes the wise practitioner is not the absence of such thoughts, but the skillful, compassionate way they're met with clear awareness, rather than unconscious identification with boundless compassion rather than harsh judgment. As the Thai forest tradition teaches, the untrained mind chases every stick thrown exhausting itself. The trained mind sees the stick, but remains at ease in its own nature. Thoughts of the person still arise, but the trained mind no longer feels compelled to chase after them, to elaborate on them, or to define itself by them. This capacity to see without chasing develops gradually through consistent practice. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're strengthening the neural pathways of presence, making them more accessible than the old pathways of obsession. This entire process is bhavana, or cultivation, the gradual deliberate development of beneficial qualities and habits of mind through intentional practice. It's a journey that demands patience and persistence, not forceful striving. Like growing a garden, you create the right conditions, awareness, compassion-wise, understanding, and then trust the natural healing process to unfold in its own time. You don't dig up the seeds daily, you nurture them. This trust in the mind's inherent healing capacity, which ultimately aligns with bodhicitta, our awakened heart, is a profound form of practice itself. The person who won't leave your thoughts isn't preventing you from discovering your true nature. Paradoxically, they're providing a unique and potent opportunity to discover it more fully. They are the friction that polishes the gem of your awareness. The insights from the Four Noble Truths remain ever present. Dukkha, suffering, exists, arising from craving and clinging. It can cease, and the Eightfold Path is the way. This path offers practical guidance. Cultivate right understanding, to see thoughts as impermanent, right. Intention to approach them with kindness, right. Speech not to avoid self-judgment, right. Action to create supportive conditions, right. Livelihood to ensure a conducive environment, right. Effort to maintain balanced awareness, right. Mindfulness to see thoughts clearly as they arise, and right concentration to sustain this steady focus. These aren't isolated techniques, but facets of a unified way of being. Central to this path is non-identification, the Zen teaching The Great Way is not difficult for those who have no preferences, highlights this. When you drop the preference for thoughts to not be there and cease judging them as problems, you meet them with clear awareness, regardless of content. This equanimity is not indifference, but a balanced presence that allows wise response. Freedom isn't the absence of challenging thoughts, but their presence met with awareness. The traffic of thoughts still moves, but you stop mistaking it for who you are. This shift from identifying with thoughts to recognizing them as merely movements through awareness is liberating, the unfolding of true freedoms. As this perspective deepens through consistent practice, something profound often happens. The thoughts that once seemed so persistent and troubling gradually begin to loosen their grip naturally, without any forceful effort to eliminate them. This isn't suppression, it's an organic result. When you stop feeding them with the energy of identification and resistance, they lose their compulsive quality. Like a fire that naturally dies down when no longer fueled, thoughts about this person become less compelling when no longer fed by your struggle against them. What you fight, you strengthen. What you resist persists. What you meet with awareness transforms. This transformation isn't an overnight miracle, especially with deeply conditioned thought patterns or significant relationships. It's a gradual process of cultivation. Each time you notice yourself caught in thoughts and gently return to awareness, you're strengthening new neural pathways of presence. The old path of obsession becomes less worn, and the new path of aware presence becomes the default route. The goal isn't to never think about the person again, but to be free even when thoughts arise. To know yourself as the boundless awareness in which thoughts appear, rather than as a separate self defined and controlled by thinking. This freedom within thinking is what Buddhism calls liberation in the midst of conditions. It's the discovery of spaciousness right in the heart of your ordinary human life, including all its difficulties and attachments. It's the recognition that true freedom doesn't depend on controlling or eliminating particular experiences, but on recognizing the awareness that is already free, regardless of what appears within it. A Zen master captured this with elegant simplicity. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The difference isn't in the external act or even the presence or absence of thoughts, but in how they're met with identification and resistance, or with clear, compassionate awareness. This clear awareness transforms the thought's meaning and impact. What once felt like a prison of obsession becomes simply one more aspect of the ever-changing flow of consciousness, neither particularly problematic nor particularly significant. As this perspective deepens through practice, the inherent truth of your being as boundless awareness becomes more accessible. This is your Buddha nature, not a distant ideal, but a direct experience of your true nature beyond all mental constructions. This refuge is always available, regardless of what thoughts or emotions are moving through consciousness. The thoughts you're trying to eliminate are the very doorway to the freedom you seek, because the awareness that knows these thoughts is already free. Each time you notice a persistent thought, you're simultaneously recognizing the awareness that is not bound by it. That recognition itself is the taste of freedom. This taste becomes increasingly familiar through practice until you no longer measure your well-being by the presence or absence of particular thoughts, but by your capacity to rest in awareness, regardless of what thoughts arise. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent to your human experience or to the relationships these thoughts represent. It means holding this experience within a larger context of understanding, one that includes both the personal dimension of feelings and memories and the transpersonal dimension of awareness itself. You can honor the significance of this person in your journey while simultaneously recognizing that your true nature is not dependent on any relationship or experience. This balanced perspective allows both genuine human feeling and spiritual freedom. This balance is the heart of Buddhist wisdom, not transcending human experience, but discovering freedom right in the midst of our ordinary lives, with all their attachments, confusions, and complexities. The person who won't leave your thoughts is not an obstacle to this discovery, but a unique opportunity to realize what true freedom truly is. Ultimately, Buddhist wisdom teaches us that nothing arises in our experience by accident. Every persistent thought, every emotional pattern, every challenging relationship carries a message for our awakening if we're willing to listen with an open heart. The person who won't leave your mind is there because something within you needs to learn, heal, or awaken through the mirror they provide. This teaching becomes especially powerful when we consider the Buddhist understanding of karma not as punishment or reward, but as the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. From this perspective, significant relationships that leave deep imprints on our minds aren't random accidents, but meaningful connections with particular lessons embedded within them. The thoughts persist because the learning isn't complete. This learning isn't about figuring out intellectual answers. It's about allowing the relationship to catalyze inner growth that might not have happened any other way. Whatever the lesson, it continues to present itself through persistent thoughts until it's fully integrated. Integration doesn't mean the thoughts disappear completely. It means they no longer create suffering because you've received their deeper message. They become like a story you've read thoroughly, rather than a mystery that keeps you awake at night. You can remember the story without being consumed by it. When we receive the invitation and learn the lesson, the thoughts often naturally begin to fade or transform, not because we force them out, but because they've completed their purpose. Like a messenger who can depart once the message has been delivered, thoughts about someone naturally subside when they've completed their teaching function. This doesn't happen overnight, especially with deeply significant relationships. The learning and integration unfold according to their own timing. Your role is not to force the process, but to create conditions where it can unfold naturally. Conditions of awareness, compassion, and honest self-reflection fostered through regular meditation and mindful living. In the end, the journey of transforming persistent thoughts is a journey of awakening to your own inherent nature. It's about recognizing that you are not confined or defined by any thought, emotion, or memory, no matter how persistent or powerful it seems. Your true nature is the boundless awareness in which all experiences arise and pass, an unshakable freedom that has been your birthright all along, only temporarily forgotten.